amaxesha onke zoha bandi jonge kuwe gama xesha onke maxesha amaxesha onke ngamaxesha onke ngizohamba ngijonge kuwe ngamaxesha onke ngamaxesha onke ibambe qabane ndifuna ke sibonise ama 2000 okokuba we the 60s how did we do it come guerrilla masocha come guerrilla wababiza bonkunowa wababiza bonkunowa wabakheli nganawe bobivuliyeza ongena nowa wababiza bonkunowa wabakheli nganawe bobivuliyeza ongena nowa yesizukulwana sakhe wababiza bonkunowa wabakheli nganawe wabivuliyeza ongena nowa amen kenandowa 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 kesisukulwana sakho kenandowa 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 nesisukulwana sakho thank you kena no kena Bambeni maqabane. Wow. Thank you very much. Siyabulela kakhulu Welcome back to this gathering. And I know that this is the last day of our conference. Yeah. One thing for sure that I've taken note of yesterday is that much as the sessions were long, people were still very, very much awake. I didn't even notice that the time was something to 7. But we were still here, listening attentively. And I want to thank you for that. And it means, therefore, Mandisa and your team, we need this to be exceeded to 3 days. It means, therefore, we have to gather again, the next one before 5 days. Yeah, even 7 days for that matter. Because what we were dealing with Isisele Senyathi, the information gathering, our stories, telling stories. And as we look at yesterday's sessions, I've just gathered some of the issues. I will touch just some of the issues that were mentioned yesterday, and I will also invite 2 people to come just to share with us before we can get to the business of today, the session that I was given today. We spoke about a number of issues: the ancestors, healing. There was trauma to such an extent that the people who were sharing stories were still aggrieved. We spoke about violence, family, community, the youth, racism, and the HIV and AIDS. Before I could give to Umandisa, because I'm going to give to Umandisa Nonsiki to speak about the topic that all of us spoke about, which was the healing. When we were listening to everyone, it came up as one that healing is needed. I think at some stage, that's why Umandisa would always call abefundisi. Umuntu abefundisi, oh babudlula Umandisa. So always, because we need that healing. But for me today, when I went to sleep, you must remember Umandisa was the last speaker. Umandisa touched on the issue, very sensitive issue, a divorce. And people don't understand the trauma that our children go through. Whether you were right as a man or a woman, but the divorce itself, to you and the children. And I want to go back now to the children, school. A lot of people will say, lo hulumente lo we ANC nguye owamosha abantwana bethu uthi mangabethwa esikolweni. And I want to argue about that. It is wrong. How do you transfer your own skills to another person? Ongunomvume khala who went through a divorce esikolweni as a teacher. When you think about wena, xa idishana wakho umntana uzaba right. Teachers are human beings who go through the same processes that we find ourselves. Therefore, it cannot be correct that iskolo sibe indawo ye violence. Uthethile uprofessor about violence. Mandi suthi idivorce ela besithi masambe siyamfuna utata wethu. Those children, when they get home, they get to school. When you are better, you don't know where they're coming from. Abalalanga banye kuyaliwa abazali, they are fighting. Corporal punishment. Today, as I am standing here, being a teacher, I hated mathematics because the teacher that taught me mathematics humiliated me big time. And people think that uswazi eyona nto eyenze abantu. Go to Langa. Abantu andifunda nabo bagugile bayishiya isikolo kudala lo ngenxa yoswazi. Babebanjwa abantu bayokukhutshwa amakhwenkwe ayolandwa umntu because uswazi. It's like saying ngoku endlini mawubethwe wena as a woman. Le ndoda xa ungavisani nayo mawubethwe. And it's not anywhere in the methods of teaching. It's not written anywhere that children must be beaten at home. Mbethe umntana wakho pa endlini yakho umbethe. Discipline must take place at home. Teachers must teach. They must create a conducive learning environment for our children to teach. But now today, kunodlame mandisa. Abantwana bethu baza ne baggage from home. Kuyaliwe ekhaya. Kwenye group apha ekhokhelwa nguNandi. Issues ezibhlungu esiphila phansi kwazo as families now. Ngoku xa ifika lo mntana apha ndiyambetha because akayazi sam. It's not right. So I want to say to parents today, abantwana benu mabetheni ngokwenu emakhayeni enu, not esikolweni. Ucinga umama akhe pha esikolweni ahlukumezekile abantwana bethu from our own homes. Wena ngoku uyafika uyabetha. Teaching says each individual is unique. Bakhona, yes, of course, abaphuma kumakhaya our right. Ngothando. And bafike khole ngonyamakazi ingutishara notisharakazi abakhohlakele indidi. And at some stage we argued ukuthi sibabethe kangakanani. 3 lectures. And Comrade Trulas was still our general secretary at the time. And I said, Trulas, uswazi alwakhi mntu uswazi. And aba bantwana babuninzi baba babethwe gqithi bastoti. So I'm trying to say that today, think again that urhulumente umoshile ngokuphelisa uswazi esikolweni. Think about it. Mna, I said, because of my experience at school, umntana wam will never go to a black school because umntana akaxatyiswa. I was the head of department esikolweni, and I will always argue with teachers uzawubanjwa and nam zakuyeka ubanjwa because kaloku kuthiwa no corporal punishment. And abona abantwana abastoti ngaba bethu batefiswe ekhaya kodwa sizobetha abantwana bantu apha esikolweni. So ndiyayifuna uyichaphazela le ndawo. Ndibebuhlungu yile nto ka-divorce kaMandisa that abantwana itrauma abahamba kuyo and thina we don't understand. And kuthiwa history repeats itself, which Karl Marx. Kalendo ye-divorce. We have seen all Diana protecting their children because they were afraid of going through the same pain naye ayihambileyo. Uthi wayelindele umama wakhe ezawubuya. Mama never came back. She was 8 years old. Umama got divorced, kanti badivorcile notata. She have never seen her mother. And again, there was Stephanie Forster. I want to think that when you are watching Bold and the Beautiful, it's all about ukuthandana. There was a lesson in the Bold and the Beautiful, where Stephanie Forrester will always protect her children. Singayazi ukuthi why. It's down the line, kuvela umakhulu wabantwana bathi ndingumama kaStephanie. And Rich said, no, mama wethu said, abantwana bethu. Abantwana bethu, umama wathi umama kuswelekile. Kanti umama uthi ndathi uswelekile because she could not protect me to her husband, her choice and abuser. So therefore there's a lot of trauma that is going around. So I'll call Umandisa to come and just to share, and after I will call Unsiki about healing. Mandisa, do you have a mic with you? I'm so sorry, Betunana, because sometimes you get touched into the divorce. It's very, very traumatic.
Enkosi Nomvumi, we don't have much time because Prof has to go somewhere quickly. Ndisathi omashiya amahle njengenyamazana ungajuza umbane wezulu ogugqela thokozela izindlwana. Abathi namhlehlo kanti umhlehlo imbambalala. Zama izizwe wathi umashiya sisizwe. Umashiya nobhungane bayezana. Umashiya inkulu. Wathi ngokonqena ubukhosi banika ubhungane kodwa ubhungane akho nto noyenza umashiya ekhona ulinda umashiya bekhona. You know, when we talk about healing, before I talk about that quickly, Nomvumi, I just want to touch on something which touches me up. One of the things that I've been experiencing, you said you took your kids to, I would call it multiracial schools. But what was said, you will find that the teachers during November, they will start toying. Abantwana bethu bangabhali. Their kids are not there. Their kids are not there. Are in a multiracial schools. While our kids bona betoya, abantwana bethu bangabhali. And their kids are all in a multiracial school. It's something that needs to be addressed and is still happening even today. You will check all the schools and check where are their children. They are all in town. And whose kids are suffering there while they are marching bona as teachers. And they will do this during ixesha abantwana funeka bebhalile. I'm not against that, but umthetho mawe one. If they are toying, they must think about other kids while their kids are schooling somewhere in town. So I wanted to address that because it's sad what is happening and they are still doing that even now. So I just wanted to touch that because it's a burning issue, nobody talks about it. And you don't challenge the teachers. Even the time, even Minister Tulas was somewhere and the higher education somewhere, or he was COSATU somewhere there as a president.
The general secretary.
Yes, he was the one leading that, and I was asking myself, how come bapha bakabantwana bafunda aphi? Abakho phanje ngibayene toyitoya. Thank you. But also, I want to touch something on healing quickly. As an organization, those people who comes to Ilitha Labantu, you know, in the olden days, there are people who are still asking, how did Ilitha Labantu survive? It's 33 years now, as a black organization in the township of Cape Town, with all the dynamics of the province, but we survived. I remember Minister Batabile was still a minister. When we took one of the people, high people here to court, I said, Yabona lo mama lo uphethe up sizambonisa uba singubani. Saye court wabaleka. Waba as a black organization some say court lo mama wayiphethe up nimaziyo. So when you talk about healing, ilitha labantu, some people thought by now ilitha labantu would be gone. There were those who were trying. Even amongst ourselves, amongst even landawo mna ke ndikhulele kuyo ngazoyibiza ngegama. Nabo andithethi gooks le ndithandaza kuyo. Nandazi ba ndithandaza phi mos mna I pray somewhere. So even those who were there, they wanted to destroy the organization because they were saying, I'm taking their space. But they were forgetting something. Ukuthi ilitha lihamba namadlozi. Lihamba namadlozi. Because those people who come to the organization crying, they come with their ancestors. When they leave smiling, namadlozi ayancuma. It's not only them who are smiling saying thank you. Namadlozi ati siyabonga. So that's part of healing. And as an organization, when a person comes there, okokuqala uyambuza ungumni. Once you ask a black person ba ungumni, uyehla noba benomsindo. My father, when I'm angry, she would say, Mashiya, zikode. And no matter I was angry, ngizotula. So when the people come uthi ungumni mama, umama zichaze, ndikupha amanzi. Athi ewe. Maye phuma uthi ndiyabulela nale kofu ngoba 3 days ndingasaphungi. And we started cooking for abantu because we realized that you cannot cancel a person on an empty stomach. I remember the minister came and said, oh, Mandisa, are you cooking? I said, yes, we are cooking for our survivors. Because lo mama ungenayo apha uthi ndagcina ukutya kwiveki ephelileyo because I don't know uba ndizodla ntoni. So we started, that's part of healing. How do you cancel a person on an empty stomach? Isisu mosma ulambile siyakhala gr 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 awusamamelanga nto. So for us, that's part of healing. But the sad part, we ended up, not sad is good, we ended up cooking for everyone because people started coming. Omunye akana case but uzile uthi ngizobona unontlalontle because of this. They know ukuthi bazawutya. Today we cook for 500 people or more per day. Per day. And I want to say to Minister Bathabile Dlamini, thank you Malandela. Siyabonga. Today social development is gone. We might not say these things phambi kwakho sizithethe emacaleni. You've done so much. And today media is saying whatever they want to say because it suits them. And because there are men behind that, men esidla nabo, they don't value what you did. You went to women and you did everything. And it's true. She offered me a post as an advisor. She came and said, Mandi, can you be my dad? Andiyi. Ndizawuchapha xa kutsha wena nam ndiyatsha. And I said to her, if I go there, Ilita will suffer because they'll be looking ukuthi, what are you giving to Ilita? No, let me stay here. Then she went to women. She came back. Oh, yini mandi, please. That ndithe kuwe Malandela andi apho. I belong here. And through yena, we might really not say thank you. Ndicela simqhwabeleni. Siyabonga. I will share one thing. Ngiya kumama ugogo, mamaki. Ndiyalila. Mama, ithini lento? You know what she said to me? She said, Mandi mntanam, angizalanga minister mna, ngizale umntana uBathabile. Wathi angizalanga minister uBathabile akazalwanga nguminister uzalwe ngumntanami ngiyamazi uzayidlula lendlela and uzoba right. Then that's where then nam kwathi ham because we're all crying. Wathi uzayidlula lendlela wayidlula. Look at her today. Abanye bahlele bayatsha ngoku. Kuyatsha ngoku. And others kuthiwa makuthiwa kudlula noba iambulance batshona phansi kwebhedi ayizangobamba mna na. Batshona phansi iambulance noba iyadlula ithi ambulance and they are scared because they don't know whether it's Seahawks or what. Batshona phansi kwebhedi and wena we are stress free. Amadlozi akukhupha athi sibona apha wena ungaboni khona. Edibene noThixo bathi akuzoba mandi sizakhupha and sizakhupha kabuhlungu kodwa thina sibona pha ngowuphi namhlanje nawe ngokukhala uthanda phansi kwebhedi. We are happy and she's the only minister who will sit here for 3 days. And I thank Minister Sthembiso Nyoni because other ministers don't do those things. Siyabaza bethu, sihamba nabe New York, ukroba nje hamba yoshopisha, abuya athi mandiniphi ngokunenza ntoni? Mandithini report kandinikele iphepha lakho. That's what they do. But yena since she will sit, I remember when people used to come office yakhe, Minister, we have a meeting. Athi ngibona bangise meeting, I'm not going. Indilindeni. Thank you so much. And I would like to call quickly Umama Duduzile Hlwenga asibulise ozo representa la IFP. Sinamaqembu onke la with asichoose thina sililitha. Nibonile abantu bekhuluma la. You saw we don't choose. Ubuthandaza umchayelo sizahamba nawe. Ubuthandaza umthi sizahamba nawe. Uzasithandazela umthi wakho mos. Nomqolomba wakho. Thina sihamba sonke. Nanku mama enkosi. Awuyeke ne? Yeke. Yeke yena.
Kina Noah. Kina Noah. Kina Noah. Kesisukulwana sakhe. Kina Noah. Kina Noah. Kina Noah. Nesisukulwana. Amen. Thank you. Kina Noah. Kina Noah. Kina
Mama uMandisa mphathi wohlelo ngiyakhuluma ke mina ngingumZulu ngila ngemvume nje angizinyezi usimemile uMama Mandisa wami we are invited by Ilitha Labantu as an IFP, and I am representing the national chairperson, Princess Phumzile Buthelezi, and they sent me here, and I'm very glad that they sent me here. And I'm registered my name here, Magdalena Duduzile. I'm the first daughter of Mabiela. Mabiela, Ebukhosini bakwaBiyela. Yes, I'm the first daughter of Mina Thandazile Biyela. no, Etulundi. Yes. And Mabiela was born in 1925. Her mother was Mamhlongo, related with the Nanda from the Queen Mother of King Shaka. Waselangeni kugogo wami kwaMhlongo. Umama wami umzukulu noma was a grandchild of Umvundlane. Umvundlane was the one of the cabinet of King Shaka who went to no waya enkosini yakwaNxumalo Ndwandwe to combine the clergies. He was the one who is a very brave warrior for Ushaka Mvundlane. That's why ke kwaBiyela kunamakhosi awu4 awu7 ngoba Mvundlane was getting that bahlangana noShaka. uShaka wabiza yonke icabinet yakhe ukuthi ubani ozoyo fana bulala umuntu oyedwa ukuze athole lonke leli butho. Then Mvundlane came out and then he go to Nongoma where there is a clergy of Ndwandwe clergy and kill Mahlanjana. And then when he go back, he was very running, and there is it where nearby Ulundi there is Nolele. Matabile knows that. Nolele near yes, Emandleni. Mvundlane was going down to the Eswen. There uShaka waqhamuka ke sebiza uMvundlane. We Mvundlane, Mvundlane down there way. Mvundlane was now getting ibongo Mvundlane wa esokhabeni undonga zimawa ziyabizwa ziyasabela zithi we. Ngiyumzukulwana ke walapho ku-IFP ke mina ugogo uMamhlongo waye u-IFP kudala nami ke nje ushiwo amakhosikazi la athi izingane ziyasilandela. Okunye ngifisa ukusho ngogogo wami ingubo lengigqokile ngayithungela ugogo wami 1974.
Yo.
Yayingangilingani ngangikhulelwa ngaleso sikhathi wangithungela ugogo wami. Uthe mase ngiqeda ukukhulelwa ngayibeka lapha namhlanje ngiyigqokile. UMamhlongo ke lokho. But I was very humble, Mandisa, to be here, and I was very humble Bathabile umkhaya. Bathabile was born at Idlebe, where umntwana wakwaPhindangene was the inkosi, uyinkosi yakhe nje le. Yebo. So I'm very humble to represent the IFP, but I'm not talking about the IFP because I don't have a mandate for that. I just greeting you and say, kumnandi kuba lapha. It's nice to be here.
It's nice to be here.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I so wish that people are taking notes of what Ugogo has said. The first one is that of the suit. Eyakudala funeka izinto simane ifashion iyachinja. Yes, iyachinja. And the second thing that Ugogo touched is about discipline. Uthi akanayo imandate. Abantu ke bahamba babheke eziconferences bathethe kodwa abanayo nemandate. Bana mandate from siphila njalo ngoku. So thank you very much, Gogo. As we proceed, I would like to acknowledge Uphilile Zulu. Philile Zulu. I just want to say, Pilile. We want to greet you. Yes, thank you very much. Upilile usuka ebukhosini. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Siyakwamkela Philile abantu basebukhosini. Uthethile ugogo nango shesha phinda ngene. We are going to proceed now, and I will request Professor Triki Hey Swema is here to ascend the stage. They must come here. Unandi Msezane, Dr. Precious Simba, Ukona. Where is Nandi? Oh, okay. So as they are coming, the topic, what they're going to be discussing today is about exploring feminism in context of Pan-Africanism in the 21st century. We always hear about mna, I'm a feminist. Hey, and somebody will say, hey, let me go and check to the dictionary. This feminist, yeah, a feminist. But really, all of us will support equal rights for women. We are all in agreement that women must be treated equally. So I'm not sure now. Unandi? Okay. One thing that, as I'm standing here, that we need to fix are the systems of education, Comrade Ubatabil. I hear Inyan and someone disapart. Go to teaching. Teach abandona by 55. Even today, I don't know how was I coping. I had to know all of them. You go to white schools, 12 in a classroom. The systems are still favoring the white people. If you go to a Cape Town High, bamkila belungu babaleka abantwana bethu. Basheke bona kusheke abantwana bethu ngoku and zindlobongela benza konke kuyaliwa kuyathwana. Bamkile bona. Because something wrong with us, how we do things. Asiyazanga lelo thatha abantwana bethu basibase ngapha ya. Sacinga uba ifreedom yonke into. La ngqeqesho is still wanted ekhaya. Because our children are not behaving in those white schools. There's drugs and everything else. So the systems, we have to because into empowerment that is why he's coming with skills for parenting. Parenting skills, because so asisayazi ngoku what to do. Izinto singazange sazenza thina ziyenzeka ngoku. So I'm trying to say, as I'm waiting for the ladies, I've invited them to come on floor just to share with us. I know Ella, we had some questions for them, but would love you to take us through this route. People, when they think about Pan-Africanism, they think about Steve Biko, they think about Kwame Nkrumah, and so on and so on. So let me start with you, Dr. Professor. Let me start with you, Prof. I'd invite you. Let's give her a round of applause.
Molweni Bafasi. It's indeed a great privilege for me to be here. And I'm still not sure, Nkosi, where is she? There she is. How I ended up on the program. Just to say that I didn't ask for it, but I am on the program. And, listening to the conversations over the last few days, I couldn't attend all of it, make me absolutely humble. And I must say, I'm actually nervous to stand here in front of you because I often think in this country we don't know each other well enough. We think sometimes that, our stories are not important or who will take note of our own stories. Now, in preparing for today, I must be honest with you, I've started long ago. And from this preparation, I think I have at least 4 different papers written. But the more that I did research on feminism, the origins, how would it fit in, the more I realized that this conference is about storytelling, our stories within a specific context. Mine is that of higher education. And I think this is the stories that we want to talk today about. So I'm going to share with you my journey. It's a journey that wasn't always very easy. And when I listened this morning about the healing, I want really to say to Ilita Labantu, you have a big role still to play in this country. There are so many broken people. Not only women, but our focus today here is women. But across all racial groups, there are so much woundedness that I don't think we know exactly where to start. But we can start in our little corner and try to make a difference. So my speech is not going to be anything spectacular. It will come from my heart, sharing with you my journey, because quite often people think, look at that white woman, she's a professor, and it was the most simple thing in her life to become that. That's sometimes the misperceptions that we have from one another, which is not completely true. So for many years, and I'm saying this in one of my slides, it took me almost 48 years to decide that I will tell my story because of the way that, I was brought up in a very patriarchal system where children, we were just, you may be seen but not be heard, and you did not actually have a voice. But let me go in there. I want to start with this quote about stories. Our lives are stories, and the stories we have to give to each other are the most important. It's very easy to give your story with people that look exactly the same as you, that come from exactly the same background. That's an easier audience to tell your stories for, but it's more difficult for me here to stand to tell my story to a group of people who may have also some prejudices. And I think that's where healing comes and reconciliation, when we open up our hearts and thoughts and share that with one another. No one has a story too small, and all are of equal stature. We each tell them in different ways, through different mediums. And if we care about each other, we'll take the time to listen. And I thought that was for me so well said about why we tell our stories. I've always, I always say I'm a child of Africa. Take me to the bush, then I'm absolutely on my happiest. And Boosie knows that. I go there as often as I can because that is where I really get sort of energized, in the bush. And I have always, in my readings, came across the wonderful stories that is being told alongside the African campfires at night from our indigenous people. And I think that's such a powerful thing. And we must rekindle that, and we must let that going. That tradition should never, never, ever die, because stories are too powerful not to pass on to our next generations. Now, I want to share with you my story. I don't know who of you live here in Cape Town. I know that people are coming from different places, but I was born here in a place called Reiterwag, Epping, in 1962. And forgive me if I get emotional today, but I could never tell anybody about it. It was too close to my heart. But in 2004, I came across, in also trying to understand myself, my identity, where especially my identity as a professor, as an academic in this country, how was it shaped? And then I came across a thesis that was written by a group of anthropologists in Helsinki, Finland. And you know what? They wrote about me. Because I was part of what we can call a social experiment. And this was what the thesis was all about: the making of a good white, historical ethnography of the rehabilitation of poor whites in a suburb of Cape Town. That is where I was born. I know my pain, my history is nothing to compare to so many, many people in this country. But I was viewed as a poor white. It's okay, because money doesn't matter to me. But apart from that, me and my dearest mom and dad and sisters, we had to be rehabilitated. And I mean, for me, when I started to read that, so many things opened up for me. So what was this thesis about me and my upbringing? It was framed as a historical ethnography of the social construction of white identity and category poor white living in a suburb called Epping Garden Village, or Reiterwag today. It centered on the processes, the discourses and methods of turning a group of people labeled as poor whites into socially acceptable good whites. On the other hand, what is it saying? That we were not good people, we were not decent people, and we had to be brought up, so to speak, educated, to be known as decent white people. I don't know whether you know this story. So, and this for me was, when I've read it again during the week when I prepared, just as a sore or a boil upon a body is merely an unsightly symptom of an impure bloodstream which courses through every part of the whole organism, so the poor whiteism may be regarded as a symptom of a deeper underlying disease in our social organism. This group of people here, some of them were known as mixed-race families. And given the apartheid's years, it was viewed that people of mixed races will very easily be resistant, obviously, to the government of the day. So in that sense, we were sort of, a threat. And what they did is we had to go to the Dutch Reformed Church. We had to, belong to certain Afrikaner things, which my mom and dad never did. They were not learned people. They dropped out of school. They were big families at that point in time, but they were decent people. They were salt of the earth. And as I'm standing here, I hope wherever they are also proud of me. So this is the region. Some of you will know that. If you think Reiterwag is near to Elsies Rivier, Thornton, Langa, and the first thing, when we moved away after a couple of years, when I was 12, And I had to go to a new school, and kids would ask me, but where are you coming from? I couldn't say where I'm coming from. Because in the white culture, I mean, people wouldn't understand where you're coming from. So, on a different note, these were the little houses the way back. Maybe you will recognize them. There they are. I know these streets because I had to go to school. I walked these streets. Just another picture of some of the houses, how they looked in the 1960s when I was born. Just to give you some context and background. Now, I'm not here, by the way, to be, what's the word? In Afrikaans, we say to kry my jammer, to feel sorry for me. Because God has blessed me, and by His grace, I was never a victim of my circumstances. And actually, that adversity made me the person that I am today, a person with a passion for people and a heart almost as big as a hotel. But that's who I am. So, when I was born in 1962, as I've said, good parents, uneducated, but in a very patriarchal society. By the way, you talked about corporal punishment. I had my last one in grade 12. So my parents also believe that, in its time, it's very good psychology. I was the youngest of 5 and girls. And my dad, I remember, and these are the words that we say sometimes about people. And I think in the African culture, men want boys. And my dad tried hard. You can see we were 5, but no boy. And I was the last one and the girl. And he was disappointed, because he was really looking for his boy. So I was born on 30 weeks. I mean, I'm not young anymore. And these years, it wasn't easy because the medical knowledge was not so advanced. I was very ill as a little girl. Many times I had to go to the doctor, but we didn't have a car. So we had to walk and then maybe get a bus, or fortunately these years the trains and buses were still working very well here in the Cape. And I remember one day when my mom took me to the doctor, some of you will remember those double-decker buses, and I wanted to sit upstairs. And then all hell broke loose. Because I was told I cannot. Because it's only the non-Europeans that must sit up there, and we must sit at the bottom. I was 5 years old, and I couldn't understand it. I said to my mom, why is this? It doesn't make sense. I want to sit there because, it's exciting for a little child to see there. And then she said to me, but you're white. And my mom had a way when I said things which made her uncomfortable, she would pinch me. And she started to pinch me. And the more she did that, the louder I say, but why? And at it ended when I said, but then I don't want to be white because I want to go and sit upstairs. So those were the things that, confronted me that I did not understand. The same story with the beaches year-round. I couldn't understand this non-European beaches and European beaches. And I heard what people said. Why did some groups have this beach and other people have another group? And it didn't make sense. So what did it mean? It brought me in big, big trouble at school and in my home, because I questioned everything. And you know what? If you don't have people that can answer those questions, or you live in a very closed environment, you keep on, seeing those things through a different lens. But yet, here in me, I couldn't be at peace. My father at some stage worked at the appetizer factory in Grabouw, Elgin. And these years, 1976, 78, we had many migrant workers coming from Transkei to work on the farms. And I met there a man called Madondo. And he became like, if I over a weekend would go with my dad to the farm to supervise his men, Madondo was there. And so I asked him one day, but where are your children? Can I play with them? And he said, no, they're not here. And I wanted to know, what's the problem? How is it possible, that his children cannot be with him? But he taught me a few isiXhosa words. So, namhlanje dikanthetha isiXhosa ncinci. So for 48 years, there was this thing in me, and I went through many things in my life, and I didn't understand. I didn't know where can I feel at home, because at some stage it felt that the lens that I looked at the world is so different from other people, even my own family, and I thought there was not many people that I could talk to about politics and societal matters, etc. And I remember I did a speech in an orators competition, and they gave us a topic, Afrikaners, where to from here. And I started, maybe I was a bit intentional, I don't know, a bit naughty. I started my speech, this now in a rural area, Gacha Butelezi, my brother, and I wanted to talk about reconciliation. And guess what? Since that day, I was not allowed to take part in any debate competition. So, but that was okay. I asked uncomfortable questions. I asked about the things, we were taught, the history books that we only had one book, Van Jaarsveld, and I remember I was very curious. I would go to the library and I would see other history books, and then the teacher would ask me, no, put that one away. So those were the years. So you know what? I couldn't talk, and I think there's a reason why. It's almost for me like the circle of life. I was born here and then I went different paths, even to Botswana, and now I'm here. And Nkosi, CPUT is not an easy university. The time when I started here almost 3 years ago, but I can see why I was brought here. For me, it's healing. It's healing also to come home and to be part of this community of women. It's very special. When you dance and when you sing, I can't sing all the words, but I would love to sing with, because I feel so close to the warmth that I'm experiencing amongst you. So thank you for that. And therefore, as they say, healing also starts when you can confess what you have to confess, and to apologize also for what you should apologize for. And so what only thing that I can bring here today is to say, receive my humble apology and forgive for what my people did wrong in the past, and here, particularly in higher education, which I will come to and maybe share some of the struggles and battles that women in higher education is still experiencing today. So I know that during apartheid, higher education institutions served different race groups, were subject to all the discriminatory levels of funding, displayed institutional identities, the curricula that they were taught. So I'm aware of that. Could I have changed it? I don't know. Maybe I was insignificant to do that, but I always had a deep concern and know that this is so wrong. But I can assure you that since I've started my career, I've relentlessly tried to make a difference, especially in women's lives, through my research and the women that I've supervised. The other day, I was asked to do a presentation at HERS SA, and when I was called to the podium, the brightness, she said, there's someone in the venue who would just like to say something and about me, and I was, who now? You know, you don't know what you're going to get. And then she said, Prof, 13 years ago, black, bright girl, you opened the door for me with a scholarship to go abroad. And I just want to say that I've just been promoted to professor. And that's not because of me, it's not because of me, but that is, I believe that women should be empowered, because if I was left where I started my life, I would not have been able to even to understand. And that is what I know that I was born for, especially to make a difference in people's lives. So I'm going to, what I actually try to do as an academic, you always look for theoretical frameworks and so forth, but those of you who still may be doing your PhDs or aspiring for masters or postgraduate studies, you should read the work of Margaret Archer, because her theoretical framework, when it comes to storytelling, is really about giving you that space to analytically you can engage with the stories and looking at from a very objective perspective to all those structural and cultural conditions and how they influence your way of thinking over time. And I'm actually writing a book. I haven't said it for. This is the first time I actually say it in public, where I try to explain also some things in my life and identities of women in higher education. So after I made matric, I studied very hard and I got a bursary to become a teacher. And that for me was certainly one of the biggest confrontations in my life with white privilege. I remember when I went to residence, I had literally my bags in some plastic bags. You know, I can't remember, it must have been Checkers or ShopRite, I don't know. But when I watched, because I was so eager to go and learn, and when I watched the girls coming in, you know, the first years, they stopped there with some of them with chauffeurs coming from some of the wine estates in the Western Cape, and I thought, and suitcases came out of the car, and I thought, what are these girls going to do with all these clothes, or what's in that suitcase? I very quickly saw what was therein, and my auntie made me some clothes to go to class, and I thought they're so beautiful. I was so proud of it. But there I saw for the first time, and recently I also read the book, The Stellenbosch Mafia, and then, you know, everything started to come together, and I've realized that I'm not part of that group, that layer of I don't know what you would call it, white society, I don't know what you call it. But so for me, that was absolutely the beginning of confronting those issues. It went at some stage a bit haywire when I was also put in the back of a police van for being classified as a liberal student at Stellenbosch. You must now remember that was 1981. Things like people saying to me when I stood up for my black friends is that I'm a sellout. And so I can go on and on. The sad thing for me is that because none of my parents or my sisters, cousins or nieces went to university, there was no one who felt comfortable enough to come and attend my graduation ceremonies. And that's why I still love today graduation ceremonies. For me, it is certainly a highlight of the year to see that celebration. I will never forget my first black PhD student who got his PhD. a year later, he invited me and he said, I was then doctor still, he said, Doctor, this year the celebration of the PhD is in Kwakwa. And then the year thereafter, it was in another place. And every year that PhD had a birthday. And there I saw the happiness and the joy and the celebration of what it means to my friends. So I still struggle to tell my story. I married, and when I started then to continue with my PhD, etc., and this is now where the real academic higher education issues come in, my husband couldn't deal with it. And we talked about this divorce this morning earlier, I heard the conversations. And that was exactly what happened to me. And that is the things that shape women in higher education tremendously. I was told, just stop with your academic stuff. Stop doing this. You can go and work at Pick and Pay, but stop. You know, I was not allowed even to write or read my academic stuff after hours. And I allowed it. That's the bad thing. I've allowed it for a couple of years until I saw, but this is going nowhere. This is not right. And obviously, the moment you stand up and you say, I'm walking away from a toxic relationship, it's not easy. I had 3 children then, and I know what they went through. Not easy stuff. But Daddy went on. But now I was labeled because, you know, a divorced woman is not only 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, I will now have to. Don't know how I'm going to do that, but nonetheless. So yeah, then I had to raise my kids alone. But in this 2 minutes, maybe I should just share for a moment the fact that the institutional cultures is still quite male-dominated. Even in this university, I'm the only female, and I'm white. It doesn't make sense. So the jokes that's being told, the way how we as women have to work harder to get promoted, it's true. It's not a myth. It's there. I've seen that. I've seen that with women wanting to do PhD, going on sabbaticals or study leave. It's almost still as if there are different sets of rules. And I have fought hard for that. I was told, no, you're now part of EM, not here, previously, you now must go on a development course. And I said, but why me? Why not the other men here as well? So that discrepancies are still there. And my message here is that we as women, we should mentor each other, stand by each other. We need each other in the academia. Because there's too much politics going on, I can tell you. But what is sad for me is that often I also see that women become jealous of each other. If they're a bit successful, they don't want to be see another one being successful. And that is for me. In the black culture, in my cultures, that is what's so hurting for me, because why can't we share, help, celebrate each other's successes? To cut a long story short, that girl born there in 1962, she's now 60 years old. But I know I'm going to leave a legacy, and I'm going to make sure that people absolutely reach their potential, and I have done that since I've started my career. It's doable, it can be done. Thank you for listening to my sad story.
Wow. Don't judge a book by its cover. And you might see each other, but you don't know what each and everyone has been through. We've got different stories to tell. thanks to ilitha labantu. And when I was seated there, I thought, I felt, you know, my niece has just lost her husband, Usive, in an accident. I don't know whether you call it an accident because he was alone in R300. But what surprised me, boss zakhe, because she works for the city of Cape Town. You might think that white people don't care. They came all the way from Muizenberg to see Usive. So we must not judge white people city sibambathise ngebhayi elinye. They are good people. They were bad. And Mandisa, speaking about healing, uComrade Ubatabili knows good as a social worker, Pawashwa Development. Kunabazala bakhalayo, umntanam ndifuna yongena ku-treatment center, ukwi-drugs. But healing, ayifuni loo nto. It takes a professor to understand that something went wrong. Therefore, I need healing. I need to apologize for the injustices of the past. So ifuneka iphuma apha kuthi ukuthi ikhona into erongo. Ndiyalifuna uncedo. Prof, we feel that because we have to go to somewhere, but we will invite questions. Because, not now. Yeah, now. Because, yeah, she has to leave. Pardon me, colleagues. Mandisa? Oh, yes. You can.
Thank you, Prof. That's why whenever we have a meeting here, we make it a point to ask, are you in that meeting? You know, when we have a meeting with VC, we always ask if you'll be part of that meeting. Prof, your story, some of the people don't know. It reminds me of Marike de Klerk. People don't know what happened to her. I interviewed her on issues of violence against women within the African-speaking environment. That is a story for another day. And nobody talks about Marike de Klerk. Nobody. And the husband moved and married someone. You know, I don't want to say anything, but that is something. People don't understand what was happening within the Africans, whatever. You know, the culture. You know, I know the area, and it's true what you're saying, because I was also born in Cape Town. Rechterwaard was seen as a poor white area. It was bad. I know the area very well. You know, I'm sitting here, I feel people are wounded. When President Mandela said once, we are all sick, we were so angry. What does he mean? He can't say what. We are. But nobody talks about these issues. When I say I went to Marike where she was staying, I was shocked. I came back crying what I heard, because she didn't have a life. It was around this man. Everything was around this man. Look at Winnie. Marike's story is not different to Mamu Winnie. You know, where she lived under Mandela's shadow until one day she said, hey, I'm Winnie. I don't live in Mandela's shadow. So I feel that with your help and the institution, Isisele Senyathi needs these stories so that we educate even our young kids, our generation, even our own people, whereby we think that, oh, they were privileged. When I moved to Paru North, and people were saying, hey, Mandy, be careful. I said, you know what? I prefer the African speaking. You know why? Because they will tell me straight in my face. If they hate me, they will tell me. They won't, behind my back like other people. So I prefer them. I always say, African speaking, they remind me, my grandmother from the other side was a Zulu speaking person. She will tell you straight. That's what I like. I always associate myself with a Zulu speaking person, because if they hate you, they will tell you straight. Ubuya ganga, ukhuluma nonsense manje. They won't go like the Xhosas, pretend and whatever. So that's what I'm saying now. We need you on this Isisele Senyathi to open up and to talk about those wounds. There are a lot of women, they're African speaking, who were also experiencing what we have gone through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mandi. Chief, and then Put. On this side, Nandi. I've noted you. After Uputi, Nandi will come in. Okay, Phyllis. You'll come after Unandi. In that order? Okay.
Molweni, program director, Prof, your presentation has just provoked me to think about ABCD, that is asset-based community development. Thank you, Mandy. When you are talking about asset-based community development, you look at whatever is around you, starting with a human being. Either it's an elderly person or a young person, because you are going to get something. It's either this one is poor, this one is rich. Also, as we are faced with all challenges here in South Africa, you see every corner is dirty, throwing everything there. It's because we don't consider asset-based community development. When you look at what is thrown there, it's either the napkins, then the insects will come back to your fields because but also, Prof, today you are just talking about complementing one another, not competing. That is very key for us. I'm taking that one back home. That is complementing one another. Thank you, Mandy and Ilitalabantu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Puti. You can give it to Uputi. And then Nandi and Phyllis.
Prof, thank you. I first want to start by thanking you. The fact that you felt you needed to apologize for what happened in apartheid. Only women can do that. You know, de Klerk waited until he's dead to apologize. He didn't have the courage. But you, who didn't really do anything, you just benefited a little bit because you could go to Stellenbosch and I couldn't, and then you still felt the need to apologize. Yesterday, Prof. Santi was talking about us women as receptacles. We are receptacles, we receive, but because we tend, because of the socio-economic conditions for us to benefit, we take on the qualities and the values of the men who have a one-pointed focus. That's why part of their bodies is a one-pointed focus. So they have that one-pointed focus of strategy of achieving, and then we do that, and for us to do that, we stumble over other women. My question is, the journey that you have traveled, what I see that, I live in Plattekloof, and then I do yoga with many of the Afrikaner women. They haven't got the courage that you've got. So my question is, and then I listened to a seminar with the Stellenbosch, and then some young PhD students in white young PhD students were talking about, they have a forum of them in the NG church about transformation and all that. I thought, you're courageous young women. So we saw it during the struggle that white people will want to come and work with us as black people as if there are no issues in the white community. So my question is, with the courage that you have, with the transformation that you have, what work is there? Is there work that is being done among white kids, white young women, to also go through this transformation? Because as much as I do a lot of anti-racism work, as much as we black people deal with anger, many white people deal with guilt. So when you put anger and guilt together, what do you get? What kind of fruit salad do you get? So while we need to work with our anger, the white people need to work with their guilt. So how do we come together to produce a beautiful salad?
Thank you, Puti. Please don't mind, Nandi, man. Let me finish this side. Ne? Let me finish this side. It's Phyllis and Mama Tabile and Minister, and I will come back to this side. Sorry, Nandiva.
Thank you.
I don't want to come back to this side. Ongaphakamisanga ngoku andizumbiza. So ngoku ndiza ngapha.
Thank you, Mhlali ngaphambili, Professor. My name is Phyllis, and I come from a small town called Oudtshoorn. Why I say Oudtshoorn, it's how we call it, it's not Oudtshoorn. The white men wanted us to understand the R. I know what you are talking about. I know Rechte Wachter used to visit to Christoph Brandt, the prison warder of Tatu Mandela in Paulsmo. I know Rechte Wachter, I know what you are talking about. I just want to say on my behalf and my family, your apology is accepted, because I understand the situation you are in. At the age of 13, I was with my mom in town, and I was in need of a toilet. And my mother said, my child, you have to be strong and just go for it. And it was non-Europeans, blankets only. And I walked with my head up, and it was so clean. When I came out, I went straight to prison with my mother. 100 rand, fine, 50 days in prison, irrespective of your age. So I know how we were treated. I know your situation, because my mom was also working for a De Villiers, a Dumani De Villiers. It's a long story, but I'll tell you when we are together what happened in the De Villiers house. But thank you for apologizing. Thank you for accepting on behalf of them, because you did nothing. But I say thank you, and your apology is accepted. In my family, I speak on behalf of the Malis.
Thank you. Thank you, Malis. Comrade Batabile.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll try and be very brief. Prof, I want to repeat what Phyllis has said, and maybe you should give yourself time and know who Phyllis is, and you will understand where this comes from. It comes from a rattled woman, rattled at a very young age. Secondly, I want to thank you for what you've done. But we said this is the beginning. And my question is, how far are you prepared to go with this? Because it is a long journey. And we should not bore ourselves and want to hear an apology from people that are still enjoying apartheid. I think we should stick on those that understood the questions you asked when you were young, and you were able to stand against all odds. And I think it's the type of the people that we need, that we have to move forward with, because I must be honest, I have been expecting the apology. And I also feel very grateful about it. And I'm sure many South Africans, more particularly blacks, Africans, will feel good about that. Africans are very good people, and that has been taken for granted for too long. So, in the work of Isisele Senyathi, if we can have a team dealing with just this area, and I'm sure there will be more others that will be coming up, but also Isisele Senyathi has created a positive environment for all of us to raise our anger. I saw anger here yesterday, but no one stood up in arms. People did not, we just observed that our anger is different levels, but what we need to take is that that is going to build our future. And without that starting point, we're not going to realize the fruits of freedom. It's only those that do not have a deep understanding of what is happening now, that don't want to work towards reconciliation, that do not want towards rehabilitation, not in the manner that it was put on you, but we need healing. And when you deal with the issues of healing, you need to forgive yourself, like my daughter said. So I think you are going to be an asset. And Mandy sometimes can chastise you, but you must not run away, because she will chastise you, and then the next minute she is working with you. So thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Comrade Batamile. Minister, and then Sizoya kuNandi. Kapha okugqibeleni Nandi.
Okay, thank you very much. I was saying to Mandi yesterday, our struggle as Africans took two forms. The first one was armed struggle, where we fought using arms and shooting and killing each other in order for us to be liberated. And yesterday we listened to women who went through a lot of pain as they were trying to liberate us. There is also this software, the soft side, which is what we heard also yesterday, which we are hearing today, where women were fighting to support sustainable struggles against psychological, mental, spiritual, and emotional violence that was being afflicted on our people. And I was also saying to Mandy, there were some of us in the struggle who were involved in the software side of the struggle. And we were there supporting those who were holding arms, but also trying to support those, like in our case, with the other side wing of Umkhonto weSizwe. We were trying to hide, rehabilitate, and also support psychologically, socially, materially, the women who were in the struggle. And I am glad to say our organizations, the two of us, were a result of that consciousness that there will be life after the war. And indeed, this is what ORAP and Ilithala Bantu are doing, life after the struggle. That people went through a lot of mental and psychological disasters. So we need to talk about it. We need to articulate the inner us in order for us to rebuild the future us. And I think this morning has been very, very revealing for me. In that there are so many people who were in our struggle, white and black, different tribal groups who were in our struggle. But then nobody knew about them, nobody saw them. But this Isisele Senyathi is now beginning to start another struggle. A struggle to heal, a struggle to reconstruct ourselves. And I hope that we will have a follow-up very soon, in which really we are saying, what next? Because the pains we have had here, they need us to follow them institutionally. And also linked to our governments. Some of our governments are perpetuating this mental, psychological, and social violence against our people without realizing it. And these days I'm reading a book called Killing Us Slowly. And this kind of an experience, the experience we had yesterday, what we are going through as women, we don't realize, but we are being killed slowly. The mental traumas, the mental, psychological problems we go through, because we are ill-treated at work, we are ill-treated in institutions just because we are women. We are ill-treated just because we are minorities. We are ill-treated just because we don't belong to A, B, C, D. Those traumas last for a long, long time. It is time as women we tried to deal with them, not only in meetings like that, but also to engage our governments, to engage our leaders, to realize that we have women like this. It took her own strength to be a professor. But how many who went through what she went through fell by the wayside? And I want to thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. And I really would like to, one of my sisters who said, how do we deal with anger and guilt? Because some of those who are perpetrators are guilty. And those that are oppressed, still suffer oppression, are angry. How do we bring the two together? I think that is the next struggle, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ndicela uxolo bantu, the last one is Unandi. And I know that this is touchy and everyone would want to have a bite, but please pardon me, Nandi. Kaloku siyake igaladina sofuna sonxiba.
Good morning.
Oh, ndiyaxolisa ma.
I will greet everybody, Firstly, I'll say thank you, Sis Mandy, to be that. Let me stand. Hey, I'll firstly say thank you, Sis Mandy, to be that visionary. God give one person a vision, and then that person, if she's open-minded, she'll bring everybody, because everybody will bring 2%, 2%. Go to you, Prof. Thank you so much. Because to me, I'm one of those wounded, but a survivor. And what I will say, I commend you as a white woman. Sorry to classify you as that. My wish, I understand you come to us. It's like going to the converted one. We know the struggle. We've been there. I grew up in Pilton. I was around 9 years. The white supremacists will come and bang the door because I grew up at Steve Chwete's home, my grandfather's house. I know the struggle. I know the pain. I know of being humiliated, being kicked. We wearing panties. Sometimes we didn't even have nighties, but you sleep under the table. I know that. I grew up with that wound. But my concern, and I'm happy that you did pinpoint that you will go to your white counterparts, because there was a TRC. It never healed. Instead, it was sugar-coated, everything of TRC. It's my personal opinion. So I would love and I'll be happy that you realize that you are not your circumstances. In spite of how you grew up as a white, but you also had your difficulties, you also had your struggles. But now, what will make me happy? We want more of you that will acknowledge the wrongdoings. We want more of you that will understand that you didn't do it directly, but the fact that you are a white woman, you also felt that you need to apologize. It takes a bigger person to accept that something is wrong. I always say it even to my own children. I'm a gogo now, but I say to my grandchild, sorry, Leah, because I'm teaching him to understand that respect is earned. It's not a privilege. For you, ma'am, I do this. But I want you to go further and influence your white counterpart that, guys, now is the time to acknowledge that there was a wrongdoings, even if it was our forefathers, the fact that they were white and they were doing all this. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Nandi. And I'll give over to Prof just for 2 minutes. Over to you.
Hi. Thanks for all the comments and feedback. What I want to say is, Mandisa, that I would love to be part of this organization. And whatever I can do to build those bridges, I'm willing to do so. I don't know how, but I know with it the wisdom will come. And I believe in you don't simply meet people and then they're out of your life. It's for a specific reason that I must have been here. And it's not about me. Really, it's not about me. But I also want to say, I think the issues raised about the white women, people don't talk about it. But the moment someone stand up and say, but how do you live with your conscience about the lady working for you, that she has to wake up, get up 4 o'clock in Kailicha, walk so many, what do you think, is this right? And I have started such groups, and I must say, but what I would like to do is to bring them here, in this environment, in this space, because it's only then that real reconciliation can take place. I agree, the TRC, for me, I don't want to say it was a joke, but I haven't seen the fruit of that years, and I don't know how much it cost. But I think maybe the time is more ready now, people are much more open-minded, but I agree, it's not good for me just to stop here, because then I will lose all my credibility. And I will speak to Manan Corsi and we can figure out how, but be assured that I would really love and learn from you. I say my mentors are people like my Busi working for me. She's much younger than than me, but I've learned so much from her. People like Nonkosi, and I can mention a list of black women younger than me who taught me life lessons. So that's the hand that I'm giving to you. But I think if you don't confront the demons within yourself, you will get nowhere. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ndicela uxolo, just apology. There's someone from the CPUT, this institution, whilst Prof is still here, there's something, because I don't want to close them out whilst their own professor is here. Apologies. Just a minute.
Okay, thank you so much. It's an honor to speak in front of dignitaries and
Sarai.
people at large, all protocol observed. My name is Kabelo Kenibaral Rapulu. I'm part of the student leader in CPUT and also a QA leader in the Western Cape and also in the institution working under Mamno Nkosi, under diversity and transformation, and also working with Prof. Swema from the DVC's office leading the diversity. My submission from my side is we've been seeing a lot of honorary doctorates that are being handed out from the CPUT, and it's quite vital that I raise that. Comrade Mamandisa has done a lot of work, and as far as DVC is here, she must take note of the work and take it to the VC's office that we want an honorary doctorate for Mrs. Mandisa. Amandla.
Thank you very much. Niasbona, do you see the students now? I nearly left out the very important part of our commoners, because the youth, somebody said, people are saying the youth is scarce, we don't find them. But let's go to them. Let's go to them and find them. What is their needs? So thank you very much, Fundi. Thank you very much. Mandi Sayavaki. It's long overdue, yes. It's long overdue. Uyafana no Kaizer Mutawung naye bate bamnika. So Mandi Samaganikwe bantagutu. Let's proceed because of time. Prof, thank you so much. I stay in Langa. I was born and bred in Langa. I don't want to talk about when you were saying, sharing about your father. And I said, oh, I think he's one of those who ran after us with the kiri.
I don't think so.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. And Mandi, we need more of these, of profs. So through you, I've heard that you have met Marina. So we really need more of Professor's caliber. Thank you very much, Prof. We'll go to Unandi, my young person. Over to you, Nandi. There are two Nandis. My Nandis, I've got two Nandis in the house. Oh, this one.
So, like I said on the first day, I can't sing. So I'm going to ask the young people in the room, because I think sometimes I'm still young, if they can help with the singing, because I can see the elders are busy in the front. So maybe we can just sing just for a little bit before, while we're waiting.
Iqalapho kanye lesi. Yini kangaka yini. Samthatha lo mntana samdose emagxeni samqunda lo samthemba sisifa indlala. Yini kangaka yini kangaka yini. Sisifa indlala. Nathi, awundifoti. Makwala asheshele murau kuyaruna bakile tata kopili uyaruna bapile tata kopili uyaruna bapile tata kopile. Makwala asheshele murao kuyaruna bapile tata kopili. Makwala asheshele murau kuyaruna bapile tata kopili. Kuyaruna bapile tata kopili. Uyaruna bapile tata kopile. Amandla.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Nandi Msezane. My pronouns are she, her. I'm here in the space exploring feminism, to talk about exploring feminism within the 21st century, within Pan-Africanism. So I got this topic and I was a bit overwhelmed because it's two sometimes conflicting ideologies, right? For myself, there are there's always contradictions even within those who I have learned my feminism from. And then so it's always the grappling and sitting with what it means, because a lot of the time when you say you're a feminist, especially when you're young, our parents will be like, you're starting with those things of yours. You know, you're forgetting your ways, and all of that. Because feminism is often looked at as something of a swear word, especially if you are black. So I was sitting this morning, in fact, I've been sitting the whole week listening to all the stories about Mama. And then I have had to kind of like think about how every woman whose story has been told and the many that we haven't heard are different strains of feminism. And for all the women who told their stories and all the women who sit in this room who may or may not identify as feminists, I believe are feminists in various different ways. So from a ideological standpoint, for me, the closest feminists who I follow are Bell Hooks and Audre Lorde. And even within them, there's struggles, tensions in their articulations of feminism. So, but both spoke about a world where racism, sexism, classism, and homophobia could not coexist if we were to realize a feminist reality for women. I was laughing as I was doing this, and I was like, I was talking to Unoma. The particular quote I have to also, you know, declare this particular quote that I'm using from Bell Hooks is for our mothers. I struggle with the part that says men are not the enemy, right? I struggle with that, and I'll be honest. I know that from our mothers, from how the state, how the work, especially around GBV and violence against women, is being done and taken forward. There is always this call for working with. There's always this clarion call of this partnership, and I struggle. So I'm going to be upfront, and it's like, so I struggle with that because we live in I mean, a number of people have said it this week, we live in the most dangerous country in the world as women. And this country is made dangerous by men. That's like, we can't, I mean, I always, like, people are like, yes, no, it's culture, it's this country is made dangerous to us by men. That's my position. And this position is coming from a woman who is a mother raising a son, right? It's a sister who has a brother, right? So there are men in my world, but I don't exempt them. Because men have made it dangerous to be a woman in South Africa. So And so, like the other quote that I have here, which says, if any female feels she needs anything beyond herself to be legitimate and validate her existence, she's already giving her power away to be self-defining her agency. I will not have my life narrowed down. I will not bow down to somebody else's whim or someone else's ignorance, right? And so this is why, for me, it was important to have the two side by side to also speak of those contradictions which exist within the struggles of how we articulate our feminism. So the other piece of what I'm supposed to be talking about is Pan-Africanism, right? It's usually thought of as the dream of being African in Africa. It's thought of as a notion that is uniting. But I also want to bring about that when you look at the roots, when you go to the core of Pan-Africanism as an ideology, we need to firstly recognize that it is not something that came from below in terms of coming from Africa itself. These are ideologies that came out from the diaspora. Yes, it came out from Black people, but it is not of the soil, right? One of the things that about Pan-Africanism is also is that it's elitist. So there's elitism. You need to have a particular kind of language, and I mean, you can juxtapose that, which is often, I think, the arguments our mothers usually, in my experience, have with our feminism as young women, right? Because of the language that we use, and how often our feminism is critiqued by our elders as not recognizing and not seeing the work that has come before us. A lot of the time, how Pan-Africanism is articulated, it creates ethnic and tribal divides. So, yes, I think as a dream, it sounds like what will unite Africa, but its articulations, when you look at it, is different in how it's articulated in various different parts of the continent and how it's articulated in the diaspora. Is it the answer? I'm not sure. So I will go back to the story of where I come from, because this week has been about storytelling. And I think the work that Ilitha Labantu has brought to us is about our lineages. And I can only talk about my story about when I look at my matriarchal line, the women in my family who created this woman that I am. So I will jump around from the three different women. So there's my grandmother, who I never got to meet because she passed away when my mother was 14. But this woman has always been the symbol for me of possibility and being able to stand even at a time when that wasn't the thing to do, right? So my grandmother came from KZN, Mamtembu. She was married twice. You know, a lot of the time this is not spoken about. My grandmother was married twice. So my first grandfather, my mother's father, biological father, was a principal. They lived in Bergville, and she had 6 children with him. my mother being the only girl. But at some point, my grandfather decided he wanted a second wife, and he was bringing a second wife home. My grandmother was like, all good and well, you want a second wife? Me, I am leaving. But she not only leaves, my grandmother leaves with her 6 children. And she goes to Joburg, where her mother, my great-grandmother, was working. And she builds a life for herself and her 6 children. Right? My great-grandmother supports her. My great-grandmother had a house here, Segoli, but my great-grandmother was also a domestic worker. But even with all of that, they worked together to support my grandmother and her 6 children. My grandmother then married again to her second husband, who is also the grandfather I never met because he died a year before her. But my grandfather did not have children when he came into this marriage. But he took her 6 children, wabalobola, and these were his children. My grandmother then had another child, so there were 7 in total. My mother was the only girl. My mother then, so like I say, my grandmother died when my mother was 14. My grandmother was not very highly educated, but what she always said to my mother is, you will get an education. So when my grandmother died, my mom had just started high school, KwaNdebele, and she was in boarding school. She went for the first term. She came back in June, then went back to school. A week after arriving back at school, she got the news that her mother had passed and she had to come home. My mother always talks about when she came home, she came to bury her mother, but she knew she had to go back to school. At this point, her father had passed away. The only person who was there to look after them was my great-grandmother, who was no longer working, who was on pension. And there were 7 of them. She was the only girl. Her uncle said, we will not educate a girl because she's going to get pregnant and she's going to get married. But my mother said she is going to go to school. She talks about how one of her teachers, and it's interesting how a lot of her teachers from primary school are people who I got to grow up as my aunts, my extended family, because they stayed in her life. One of her teachers from primary school gave her a telephone directory and said, if you really want to go to school, you need to find a bursary somewhere there in that telephone directory. And she, after searching and searching, she finally found this bursary, the only one which would pay for high school. And she talks about how she went to Joburg to Kwapitco. It was a tea company. And she got there and she sat. She sat the whole day saying she's there to see Mr. I actually asked her last night what was his name, because I remember her talking about this man with an Afrikaans name when we were young, and she said she had forgotten. But she sat there the whole day, and at some point this man was like, this child is not leaving, it's going to get dark. So what are you here for? She's like, I need to go to school. I don't have parents, and I need money to go to school. And then she says, then I started crying because this man because he had left her there the whole day, she's like, she wasn't sure if she was going to get this money. But he was like, look, here's money to go home. What is the name of your school? You will go to school. So Pitco Tea Company paid for my mother's education from high school until she finished her teaching degree. So these women who, in different ways, had no articulations of feminism are, for me, my first examples of what feminism gives to you and what's possible. So also, like I was talking about, the women teachers who taught her, who then became my aunts. And then I came into the world. So I've got an older brother. Obo Mama know my brother, but lots of people actually usually think my brother is younger than me because I'm a loudmouth and always have been, right? But as I reflect back, Umama, by the time I was born, even having us, once she got married, she struggled, right? There wasn't the language for fertility issues, right? But she struggled, she finally had us. But then by the time I got to 5, oh, Mama Mandisa, yesterday when you were talking about what age was it when you asked Ella that you learned to cook? Mama always says she remembers she came back from an operation she had, and I was about 5, and there was Sunday lunch cooked, all 7 colors. And we had a helper, Ekaya, and she asked the helper, Ukuti, I didn't have time before I went to hospital to show you how to cook. And the helper was like, no, Nandi cooked. And she's been showing me how to cook. Yes, there was a chair. And because when Umama was home, I spent time in the kitchen with her, watching her. So I've always been, I always say, an extension in many ways of my mother, but then as I grew older, there's always been the ability to also be myself, even when she doesn't agree with the expressions of myself. She's always allowed me to be myself. I was the child who, at 12 in 1996, planned from boarding school with friends of hers that I was going to go visit Zimbabwe and Zambia. And my mother was like, but that's not the holiday plan. I'm like, no, that's not your plan. That's my plan. And it's okay, right? And not from an indulgent perspective, but because I wanted to understand all the things that we had heard of, the stories of where family had been in exile and all of that. So I wanted to go visit Zambia and Zimbabwe, right? And I was fortunate. The first place in Zimbabwe I went, Mama, was Gwabulawai. So I was fortunate to be allowed that depth by a mother who recognized, thank you, Mama, that even though feminism is looked at as this wild new notion, as I look back into my own family, I know that we sometimes as young people, when we're screaming, because we scream, Mama said, because she's my mom, are always going through okay, this is how we are saying it's done. And I'm like, no, feminism says. But then I'm always thankful that I can always go back to understand that even though we as young people often don't call what our parents did, especially our mothers, when they were bold and did things which were not of their time because they were supposed to be these subservient women who submitted. I'm very grateful. Uguti, all these women and many others, especially Obo Mama who sit before us today, were the ones who molded the young woman that I am today. And I hope that even though I know we keep on saying please hand over the baton, right? This is almost like a topic that comes up at every one of our conferences. I begin to understand as I grow older the work that each of our mothers have done in this struggle that's called feminism, and how even listening this week, you continue to do this work where you could have put down and really given us the baton and said, look, see where you take it. But because sometimes in the exuberance of youth, we forget to recognize the work, the sacrifices that all of our mothers have done. This week, I'm thankful to have been reminded that my feminism is not something new. My feminism is the actions that have been taken by all the elders who have come before us. Yesterday, my body was like when Obama were describing everything they had gone through in jail, in Libya, here, and it's just like my body was literally, I had goosebumps and I was shaking, and I always say, I remember Mama, Mandis, there was a conference where Umam Tandi Mudise spoke. I hope she does. I think she was supposed, she's coming. I hope she comes so that I can ask her yet again, because at that conference, she spoke, and I remember at the end of it asking her, please, can you be my mentor? Because it was yet again another moment when we were told stories that we don't know. So thank you for being the visionary that you are, Mamandisa, for ensuring that the stories of South African women and African women will be told, so that we cannot think that feminism started with us, so that we know that what we need to take forward for our children has to be upon the foundation that our mothers have laid for us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Nandi. I think, Mandisa, we need more young people to be with us, not just some few. Because now, Unandi has touched on some of the lessons, and she's quoting, or Sistandi, or Mandisa, who have played a role in her life, in molding her life. And I think, Mandisa, I must say, really, because young people, it takes a strong young person. Because when I think about Ella taking that role, also we must thank them for doing that. I must thank you, Nandi, for acknowledging the role that Omandisa have played, even including your mother, to share that story of her journey. This is the story that Sisibalega says, I'm missing out on my grandchildren. Funeka ndibabalisele ndihamba ngemoto yam ndibachazela what happened. And we thank you, even Ella, for that, because I know the most gratitude goes to Umandisa. And Mandisa, I must thank God for Ella, that she was able, actually your old children, I can see how you relate to all of them. Umandisa, ayingomama uthi ayatefisa, ukhomba apho kwasendlini yakhe. But Umandisi, God has blessed you. Nezinyanya, I think that's why you always call us, bring us together as the family, because you value the family. It's just there. Unandi, family tree. We pet Unandi, that family tree. So thank you very much, Nandi. And let me also share with you that Professor has decided to stay with us. So she wants to be with us and listen to our stories. So I will also call Ulendo, the next, our speaker, because we thought that she was not going to be with us, Dr. Simba. I mean, Sarai, yes, Sarai, sorry. So she was not feeling well. I hope today you are feeling very well. Over to you. And we'll take questions after. Thank you. That's Malawi.
They should sing in Chichewa, huh? No. You coming to do it?
Ah, ooh. Ah, ooh. Ay singumama lobe palalenga. Ay singumama lobe palalenga. Kai bingu mama ngethethi sana. Kai bingu mama ngethethi sana. Ah, ah, thank you.
Zikomo kwambili. Zikomo. Ndathokoza. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. My brain is all over the place today, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a crazy few days, a beautiful few days, a restorative few days, inspiring few days. I wanted to thank Mam Mandisa for giving me the chance to sit in this moment of her story and to be a part of the stories that are being shared today. When Nandi was talking about family and being brought, and yes, the day before yesterday, she talked about sitting at the feet. I'm grateful to have a seat there too. And that your family extends across borders. When the Prof was talking about Annie Silinga's story and how she declared, I will never carry a pass, it really touched me because I thought about the struggles that we have, struggles that Nandi touched on as well, ongoing struggles of xenophobia, racism, homophobia, transphobia, ageism, generational divides. And these aren't things that are just academic, something that we just read about. We feel it every day. So after hearing that story of that brave woman saying, I will never carry a pass. Yesterday, stepping into one of your institutions and being demanded of, where's your permit? You understand me? Being reminded that we still carry these borders and these divisions that were brought here. And that whilst the noise distracts us from what the real fight is, the struggle that Mam Mandisa brings us here to talk about continues. I straddle this space, not as young as Nandi to be calling myself young, not as old as Umama and Ugogo to be calling myself old. But I understand that where I sit is also very important, that my story is also an important one. So in the time that I've been allowed, and I apologize for being late today,
but in the time that I have been allowed, I want to talk about how important it is that we bring young women along on this journey. I know on the first day there was a lot of talk of, our young people spend so much time on social media. But I wanted to remind everybody who's involved in this incredible journey of Isisele, Senyathi, that we're going to need that social media to spread this word. We can't forget about the pathways of communication that we have now. And every day young people are reinventing what it means to communicate, what it means to be in community. COVID has shown us new ways of working and living and being, some of them extremely lonely. And that's another reason why I love our gathering today, because it brings us together. To be sitting next to other human beings, other women, other bodies. It's amazing. It's been a lonely few years, I'm not going to lie. But that lonely few years has also taught us that there really are no voiceless. There's just different ways of ensuring that our voices are heard. And that those of us who have a platform can use it. Much like Nandi, my feminism stems from my mother. And I use my voice online. So if you go online, you'll find that I've been sharing clips and videos of what's happening here. And one thing that what's happening here reminded me of is how some years back I was reflecting upon the fact that on my father's side of the family, I know my history. I know the stories, a little bit of my foremothers. But on my mother's side of the family, I know my mother's name, I know her mother's name, and then it's an empty hole. And I wish that I knew more, because my mother was actually born in Port Elizabeth, to a woman who was from Port Elizabeth. There's family out there that I've never met, never heard of, never seen, that don't know me. So truly, somebody should not ask me, where is your permit? Because we are one. That for me, with Pan-African feminism, that's our struggle right now. One of the main ones, to remind ourselves that we are one. That we should not be distracted by the ongoings and the politicians and the noise that plays up stories of their taking our jobs. And I'm not talking about South Africa. This is a story that I hear in Malawi. Malawi is a country that has so many refugees, and where do we keep them? Caged up. They're not allowed to work. And whenever we have some issues amongst us, it's immediately, let's get the land back. And I'm not saying that that issue and that story isn't an important one, it's critical. But it's played out in ways that never actually end up benefiting any of us. And let's get our jobs back from people who don't have jobs and who aren't taking jobs from us. These easy tropes distract us. Yeah? Bread and circuses is what they say. Give them bread and circuses. Let them eat, let them play, and they won't notice what we're doing behind the scenes. And behind the scenes, what is going on is that we are erasing. We are being erased. We are actively participating in the loss of our histories. So to have a space and a place for our voices and our stories to be cradled and to be held is a powerful, powerful thing. And again, I'm so grateful to play any small role in that. For young people, let's find a way. I'm going to call myself young for a minute. For young people, let's find a way to take these messages and translate them, to make them sexy, cute, fast, to put them within the character limit that Twitter requires of us. We have to make sure, because what Nandi said is true. There is no actually moving forward unless you understand upon whose shoulders you stand. Yeah? It didn't come from nowhere. Freedom is never given to us. It is taken with blood, sweat, and tears. And that's the truth even now. The space upon which we fight might be different, but the fight, that struggle, it continues. In my thank yous, I forgot to thank two people. Precious Banda, activist. And the chief from Namibia. Unbeknownst to them, these two women gave me the strength to come and stand here today. Because I started to doubt myself. I said, but what do I have to say? I don't have a history of a struggle, of a fight. I wasn't locked up. I wasn't exiled. But the fight is actually there. It's just a different one. we are still locked up in so many ways. We just don't necessarily see the bars, or we choose not to. So for me, the pathway, the illumination, the glasses that I put on that have helped me to see what my challenges and what the framework, what the, I like to think of it as the puppet master with the strings, huh? And then you dance. So what helped me to see those strings, what helped me to see that there is a puppet master is feminism. That was the way, that was the key for me. And I know that it is for so many young people. And the point is that our feminism and our stories and our fights are one. They aren't different. We aren't fighting against old women who are concerned when we step out in a mini skirt. That's nonsense. They found us here with our breasts outside, Yes. So when we start talking about dress, we're perpetuating myths that the patriarchy wants to distract us with. When the reality is the violence that you're living under here in South Africa as women, it's the same violence that we're experiencing in Malawi. I go into those online spaces and you hear about, just recently I was reading comments on a post about how some man killed his wife and her 2 children. And then because obviously he didn't want to sit and take the blame for any of it, he killed himself. And why? Because she claimed, I guess in a fight, in rage, that the children were not his. 5 and 3 years old. He hacked them to death, bludgeoned the children with a hammer, and this is in Malawi. Every comment that was underneath that post was saying, he needed to do it. She deserved it. Why would she lie to him in that way? You have to understand, he was enraged. He was angry. Me too, if I was angry like that, who knows what I could do. And so maybe the numbers don't speak as loudly. Maybe our systems aren't, strong enough to catch up. But I know that here and in Malawi, so many men get away with this every single day. In fact, it's one of those crimes, you're more likely to get away with that than with theft, fraud, or something like that. You'll continue to live a good life. You'll be online, you'll be celebrated, you'll be venerated. Nothing happens to you. So yeah, the cages still exist. The struggle still continues. Our stories are going to be very important ones. I do have a small story of my own that I wanted to share, which is how I started my work. So I work as a founder and a director of a small organization called the Gender and Justice Unit in Malawi. And what we do is we support victims of violence. We do other work as well, but the main work that we do is support victims of violence. We help them with safe house services. We help them with legal services. We accompany them to court, sit next to them. We provide transport money, and we link them with psychosocial services. And when I started doing that work, my main focus was using my training, which is as a lawyer, to break open the, I don't know what to call it. When I was training as a lawyer, when I was learning, there were so many men in my class, actually. And the main thing was that everybody was using this as an avenue out of poverty, And I remember one day, I was in, I think, second year or so, some guy comes up to me and he's like, I'm a lawyer. I was like, so am I. Like the main issue is like, I'm gonna be rich one day, so therefore you should go out with me. And the main thing about becoming rich in this way is that nobody else can do it. We're gonna hide this, we're gonna secure it, we're gonna be bombastic, We're gonna speak big, fancy words that nobody can understand and follow, and then they confuse them, befuddle them, and they're like, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, this person knows what they're doing, huh? And I graduated and I spent my first year in a law firm, and one of the biggest jobs that I had to do was to take away homes from families who had a few months left to pay on their mortgages. And I would go home and I felt sick. I was like, I felt sick. So I went home to my mom. I said, it's enough. This is not what I this is not what I signed up for. Yeah, thank you. And I put my sights on the Human Rights Commission and I said, I'm going to work there. That's where I'm going to work, and I'll do that one day. And I did, but still, it was still participating in this idea that some of us know more than others, and therefore our knowledge is more important than other people's knowledge. I'm better than you. And it still wasn't enough for me. Until, and I've always been very, very fascinated by HIV and AIDS and the way that the law controls women's lives. We don't understand it, we don't know it. In fact, a very powerful quote that I read just the other day was, imagine what the law would look like if women had been a part of making laws. So we will never break that system. It wasn't built by us nor for us. Yeah? But perhaps we can be a part of giving people keys, those glasses, feminism, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, my interest in HIV led me to being part of a group that were trying to fight a new piece of legislation that was being proposed in Malawi that would basically end up criminalizing mainly women for living with HIV. Women are the first ones who find out about their HIV status, and that's still true today. So knowing your HIV status would be the main reason why you would run into trouble with the law. And so we had these conversations. I would bring my slides and I would talk my fancy English and I would be really passionate and say, you know, this law is a bad law for these reasons. And we had this round and round conversations with this minister, that minister, with this person, that person of power. And we could see as we headed closer and closer to the day Parliament was going to sit and discuss this legislation that we weren't making a dent. So I sat with the various donor partners who, you know, graciously gave us some of their money to make them look good. We love you, donors. And I said, actually, we're bringing the wrong people to the table. The people who need to be talking about this law is the people whose lives are going to be the most affected by these laws. So why don't we spend time legally empowering them? Because it's not that we need to tell them, they know. What they need to understand is how the law is going to work in their lives. And these were the very women who had been at the forefront of fighting for this law, because for them, they had seen that so many of these transactional sexual relationships were resulting in the deaths of so many of their young girls. So there were very real struggles that they were talking about. Like, you are raping us. You are marrying our children. You are giving them disease. You are giving us diseases. And that was a very true and a very real struggle. But what they didn't realize is the way the law had been crafted, us was all of us who were going to be captured by this net because it was just so wide. So we sat together and we talked through provision by provision. I think that was really one of the most powerful moments, most defining moments in my career. Literally, section by section. And said, this is what it says, but this is what it's going to do. And so then we brought them together in the room, and those of us who had been part of the training and discussion and the talking and the big words, we sat at the back. And these women stood up and they said, Honorable Minister, before you care about this unborn baby in my womb, I care about this unborn baby in my womb. I don't need a criminal law to tell me that I should take medication to provide safety and security for my child. I'm going to do that because I care about my child. So criminalizing HIV is not the way to make it a safer space for any of us. And they sang and they danced. And they spoke truth to power. And that provision was deleted that very same day. I think even if you go like on YouTube, you'll find people dancing, saying, get rid of Section 43. And yeah, so that's a little bit of my story that I wanted to share. And that led me into legal empowerment. So still the work I do today is explaining to women how the law is going to have an impact in their lives, so that they can use it. Not so that I should be the one holding somebody's hand, but so that they can use it. All this to say that I believe that this, what's being created here today, is another means of that. It's a space and it's an opportunity for empowering future generations. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of it.
wonderful girl, which speaks about the laws, yes, that are made for us without us, women. So thank you very much, Sarai. And sometimes really the spirit of Ubuntu must come first before you can ask a person, do you have a permit to be here in this hospital? Actually, it's against the law, that one. Our constitution allows everyone to be accommodated in hospitals, irregardless where you come from. I don't know how can people of high offices like MEC who took oath and chase away people or have a guts to tell them that here, look, this is our money, South African money, therefore you don't belong here. So we're sorry for that journey that you've been through, and we share the same sentiments as yourself. We thank you very much. And as I was sitting there with Unandi, listening to what you were sharing with us and your journey, and I said, it is true what Frantz Fanon says, that every generation must discover its own mission, fulfill it, or betray it in relative capacity, opacity, sorry. So thank you very much for the stories. And I think, Ella, do we have some sharing questions?
No, we don't.
Before, okay.
I just want Nomvume to thank Sarai what you did yesterday. You and Lindy were from the office. I don't know where she is. Thank you very much. Just to let some participants to know, the chief from Malawi wasn't feeling well, and she's at Groote Hospital now as we speak. And I must thank Unoma French, the Minister of Health in the Western Cape, for what she did, because she's been doing that actually. Whenever I have a problem, I'll pick up the phone and say, no, French, I have a problem with Carl Bremer. And she said, okay, Sisi, but give me the details, I'll sort it. So I thank her for that. Even yesterday, while we were waiting on that queue, asking you for everything, we apologize for that, but at least Noma French called the CO and we attended last night.
Wow.
So regardless where we come from, Ubuntu, Buzakal, I thank you for what you did. You carried I could see your face. I'm saying to Untutu, I see, you know, sometimes you don't have to say anything. That's what I was picking up. And thank you for that. And thank you for letting the High Commissioner, and we appreciate what you did. Thank you, sis.
Thank you, Mandy. And really, the spirit of Ubuntu must come first to all of us. And it's about caring. I always say to Oke Baba Walanga that, look, when you are voted in by the people, after voting and you win, don't look at where each one is coming from. Don't look at the political affiliation, because you have a responsibility to take care of everyone. I like it. I always even say about J.P. Smith. His phone is always on. I can't say the same about our own ones. I'm so sorry that I have to say this. Because Unoma French assist everyone. Nanku Phyllis. I even forgot that I assisted Mtanaga Phyllis. It was through Unoma French. So that thing, it must ring a bell to all of us that we have to assist each other. If I can't, I must refer you to somebody. As I'm closing this session, I was reminded about what Usisibuiswa said, Ngomandisa ne funding. That Umandisa has been struggling most of the time to get funding. Those are closed there and there. And I remembered Uzodwa. Ansekhumbula uYvonne, babesithi nguYvonne abanye. I met Yvonne, I think on the eve of 2 days before she passed away. And it was about a tender that she was not given. And Uzodwa died while sleeping. That's the stress. She thought very much. And I always think that to Mandisa, that all this needs money, funding. And people will close doors because of powers vested in them. Ezomzuzu, because we are God's children. UThixo akalibali ke yena. Akalibali uThixo. And ke Mandisa, xa ndiyeka ndifuna ukucula le ngoma ithi uMandisa uyasebenza mboneni uza nemali hondla abantwana 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 uyasebenza uza nemali hondla abantwana. Siyabulela ke mashiyamahle zikonde nathi singabekhaya bamahlubi siyabulela akasilibali uMandisa. Ella? Okay.
I think we can break for 15 minutes. Quick 15 minutes. My apologies. Can we kindly break for a very, very short period, please? 15 minutes, then we're back straight into the last session. Please, 15 minutes. I will definitely call you once again, or you can just take your coffee and your snack and we come back in. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for adhering to the time limits. Can we kindly have Miss Lynn Abrams to the front and Martha to the front, please?
Yes. 30 photo ke sithathe. Wandithathala, wandibeka, uJesu nobubele, wandithathala pha, wandithathala, wandibeka le, uJesu nobubele, uJesu nobubele ngami. Order, bazali bam. Order. Welcome back. Welcome back from tea break. As short as it was, but I do trust that sikwazile mosukwehlisa noko imiqala eyomileyo sathi ukuzifudumeza kancinanana ingakumbi kuba kuyabanda apha ngaphakathi. Kuthiwa ndibonakala nokubonakala. Andiyazi le nto bekhe wathetha omnye izolo wathi ibingubani uphuthi wathi ayi kodwa we are discriminated here because asibonakali nokubonakala thina esi-challenged ngobude kodwa ke molweni bethu nani niyaphila namhlanje ngale mini yokugqibela yale nkomfa ebaluleke kangaka. Ngasingapheli ne I don't know how did they count the 2.5 days because we can see from the discussions here that we needed something more than just 2.5 days, isn't? There's quite a lot, Sis Mandi. There's a lot that we feel should have been discussed, and the days just went by very quick. Moving very fast, the time is against us. According to the program, we are supposed to finish, we should have finished this session that I'm moderating at 12:30. Niyalibona ixesha ngibani ngoku? Kukodwa to 1 andithi. So we are behind schedule. So I will request my speakers that we gallop. Sinxibe roller skates. We wear roller skates. We wear roller skates as we move with our areas, particularly because one of our speakers should leave us before the end of the session. So we'll try to make sure that we move with speed, but without compromising listening to what they are supposed to say. The theme for this session is challenges of writing African women's histories and the absence from the historical record of women's voices. We've been talking about this, that we're missing women's voices. Most pronounced in the case of African women. We are missing these voices, and we want to hear the voices of those women so that they are able to shape our history as we move forward. And this is why we are here. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the speakers for this session, and immediately, unfortunately, Umama Uthandi Mudise has apologized. Niyayazi mosiba kwenzeka ntoni SAA kwezi airport into ezenzekayo. So she couldn't get the flight. So we will move straight to the panel, and let me invite Martha Luleka from Martha, how do you pronounce it? Oh, Martha Luleka from Tanzania. Let's give her a round of applause.
It's always however, I'm a woman. I've also experienced a number of issues, so that doesn't stop me from saying what I think. Let me use this one. Which one? Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, comrades. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me here, particularly from the sister, the great sister, they call Mandisa, yes, my great sister. I've known now for 5 years now. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much for thinking of us from Tanzania to come and join this very noble gathering, this conference which we are here. Having said that, I would like to give you a snapshot of my introduction so that at least you know who I am. Definitely, I'm a woman standing in front of you. My name's Martha Luleka from Tanzania. I once worked here in South Africa as the first director of the Pan-African Parliament, which I served for 6 years, just to be told to leave 18 months before the end of my contract, because they said that your position is political, so somebody who else will come with the president, the serving president. So I tried to fight a bit, but you know, we are not talking of patriarchal in the marriages and all of that. Even in institutions, you'll find the same. So I lost the job just like that. But then, first of all, I said, let me heal myself. Because once you go through such things, remember, you have bought a house, you have children, they are studying, you have all those things, and you are just told that you are given 1 month notice. So it can be quite challenging. So my first move was to forgive. But how do you forgive? For me, I told myself, let me go to the Bible and find a place where I can use to forgive all those who have been my walls. Because in any situation, you have a bridge or a wall. So you meet people who are walls, and you meet people who are bridges. So let me forgive the walls, which are many. So I said, how do I go about it? Then I went to to start praying Psalm 1 every day for 150. In the course of that, I was trying to forgive. And in the first month, it was quite fake. I would say that I'm forgiving this, but it's not coming from here. Why am I bringing this? Because listening from yesterday, people are still carrying, their chests are still very heavy. And we need to empty. We need to empty that. If you don't, you won't feel that emptiness and that bringing in the good things which God is giving you. You will still feel that you are suffering while you are not. Remember, the people who are struggling to come to stay in South Africa, there are so many. What are they following? They are admiring something. And those South Africans, they are feeling they are being unjustly treated. But other people are admiring. That's why don't compare to where you want to go. Compare to where you have come from. This is the point also I want to take home, that if you start comparing yourself for what you want to see in the future, you'll never appreciate anything. You need to look back and say, hey, where did I come from? Then you'll see the greatness of God, the greatness of your environment, and all of that. So when I lost my job, I said, okay, it's fine, it's not fine. But I tried to forgive. Finally, in the 3rd month, I was able to forgive totally. And this is when now opportunities started to open up. I started getting some activities to do and to earn something which I could also still pay for anything which I. Now guess what? When I turned 65, I was now back in Tanzania and here. Then I get to be appointed by the president, Magufuli. So when I was appointed, that was on the 13th of August 2018. Then I'm saying, but look, my birthday is on the 14th of September, and I'll turn 65. And the saving period in our country is 60 years. Now I'm 65, now I'm being sent to public service. How is that? So I was debating whether to go, to be sworn in or not to go, because the position is in his president's, to do with the local government. And somebody told me, no, just come, because if they will realize that they have wrongly appointed you, they will tell you that they won't you will not be sworn in. So when I went there, I was sworn in. So I was given a contract of 2 years, and the president was saying that it's me who can break the law or can keep the law. Now I've decided to bring Martha, regardless of her age, she'll work. Because I'm sending her to the very difficult place where she will smoothen the working relationship when the political setup. So I was sent there. I did it very well. I finished. And then I was free to do my things. Finally, last year now, with our new president, Mama Samia Suluhu, in her own wisdom, thought about me again. Said, now we want her to come and chair the board of our investment wing of the party. So when I was told that I've been appointed by the Central Committee to be under her chairmanship, I was very overwhelmed, and I said, so I'm still useful. Indeed, I'm still useful. So this is the portfolio I'm saving, but also I'm saving in her trust fund as a trustee, but also as an acting CEO of her foundation. So in this case, what I wanted to say as women, whenever you are given a position, so what you have at hand is space and time. Now use the space very well, but also use the time very well. And that's why you need to be exemplary strong, exemplary hardworking. And even when I came here, Ella is my witness. When I came here, I realized we had 1 day of doing nothing. I called her. Ella, have you got anything that I can be of help? I want to come and help. So what I'm trying to say, as women, we have to do 3 times of that of a man. That's one when they can realize our presence and our delivery. If you don't do that, they'll take you for granted that, it's a woman after all. So now who are we? We as women. First of all, we are victims of circumstance. Who told you that you wanted to be born in that family? You see, I didn't have a choice for my mom to choose the man he chose. And I'm not the one who advised the man to choose my mom. So when they met the two people without my presence, they made me. Isn't it? Yeah, they made me. So I'm just a mere victim of the two. Whether good or bad, but they chose to bring me here. So when we are here now, as victims, not bad victims though, Sometimes, you know, if you listen to the stories, sometimes the mother didn't choose well, isn't it? Yeah. And sometimes the father also chose the wrong one. But still you are in between. Yeah. So what you need to know is that now realize yourself. Define yourself. Don't keep on complaining. Why did your father do that? And why is your mom doing what she's doing? Don't play the victim style. Now play the definition of yourself as Martha. And know what you are able to deliver in this world or in this country or wherever you are. So once we are ready to go that way, I'm telling you, we'll start emptying our chests, not blaming anybody except seeing that you are supposed to do something which is has been long awaited by others. Now, having said that, now because Ilithala Bantu has decided to bring this Isisele, what? Senyathi. This is an initiative which is being launched. Me, I call it is a launching conference. Now, because it is a launching conference, it means now we others who are here, we are taking home something to go and think about establishing, especially for us from other countries. If we are convinced it's a good idea, which I'm convinced, we need now to state as, we will have to be sent a good model describing the process it has taken Ilithala Bantu to come up with this noble thing. For us now to take home, to start, you know, talking to one of the universities as you did, but also I was thinking of other actions which I think they need to be taken on board. Number one, I was thinking, you know, we have gone through so many paradigm shifts. We had the gender, we have had the Beijing women, we have so many other things. All these paradigm shifts which have been happening over time, we need to associate them with the champions who have been at the forefront. So that when people want to Google, they don't suffer a lot. You want to see who are the champions, what are the voices during the Beijing. Then you just go there, you find them. You'll find Mama Mongela, you'll find a number of them, isn't it? So this will be, and then we go maybe to the initiators of gender parity. Who are these ones? You go there, you find them. So I wanted to, these voices, I'm suggesting, not I want, I'm suggesting that let us catalog them according to the paradigm shifts. That's the point I'm trying to put across. In that way, we'll structure the whole thing very well. So it will be even easier for the new generation and even the current one to be able to reach, because you know, the young people of now, they don't want to suffer. We suffer, they don't. So they want quick, you know. If you delay, they don't go for it. Okay. The other thing, which I think it might be a funny point, is that, do you see at the social media, yeah, but I'm also thinking of the fare they have paid for me to come. Can I tell them? I'm sorry, I cannot consume those the thousands of runs for nothing. Now, number two, we see in social media, people have followers. Do we have followers? We have to create followers in our own ways. We have seen yesterday, Madam has a follower, a genuine follower, and that is Ella. And Madam here has a genuine follower, that lady there. We have to create our own followers. Some families, you are alone. No one is following you. Yeah, in your own house, in your own home, no one is following you. That is very wrong. We have to start creating our own followers. That is very important. The other thing is that I've talked about the replication of Isisele Senyathi. The other thing is that we have to surround ourselves with the leaders with the positivity. Yeah. You know, we have this PhD. They pull her down. Yeah, syndrome. So once you know that this one is a PhD thing, run away, avoid, because even that kind of things can be quite contagious. Yeah, so we have to avoid those. The other thing is that we need to counsel ourselves, but to also mentor ourselves very seriously. Where do we start our mentorship? Because we get lost in the way. By failing to balance work and family. I'm a victim. My husband didn't die, but he moved on. Because, because of a failure to balance. Because, look, when you look at Ella, she is working around the clock. And when she gets home, can she work also around the clock? No ways. So now, because of that, we need also to talk. When we are with our partners, we have to talk about how difficult it is to balance. Yeah, we have to tell our family. And remember, in that family, you are having the husband of someone, that is your son, the wife of someone, that's your daughter. Talk to them, they start knowing that, sometimes it will be difficult for this to balance the work. Yeah, it is very difficult. I can tell you, very, very difficult. I failed. And I think there are many who failed. They don't want to say. Yeah. So now, what else? So when you get a place, space everywhere, we are invited everywhere we go. Like I'm here. You know, number one, it shouldn't be how to be seen. How are you dressed? No, it is to be heard. So make sure that for whatever position you get, ensure that you are being heard than being seen. Because the clothes I'm wearing now, in few minutes you'll have forgotten about them. But the words I've spoken here, some will be remembered. Some will be remembered. So now, I want all of us, wherever we are, let us remember to be heard than to be seen. Yeah, that is very important. And lastly, yesterday, sometimes I cry, sometimes I laugh, although I was missing a lot of words because of the language barrier. But whenever somebody was talking about a painful story, I could relate and I could feel the same. But now I was saying, let us struggle to get workable institutions. We are suffering because some institutions are not working properly. So we have to identify those institutions which could be of some help to us. Let them work. Let them deliver. Let them know what we are vying to get from them. Because if we let things work because of the personalities leading, tomorrow when that person is gone, the institution collapses again. So let us make them be working very well and professionally. So having said that, dear ladies, I wanted to continue, but whenever I remember about the ticket, madam, I want to keep on working or saying or doing what, because it's very expensive to come from Dar es Salaam to here and speak for 2 minutes. That's not very fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martha. Indeed, you need to think about that ticket. But what we've taken from what you were saying, just few things. Forgive. Forgive. 2, don't forget where you come from. Don't forget where you come from. 3, be exemplary. When you are given a chance to act, be exemplary. Leave a legacy. Leave footprints. The next one, stop being a victim. And lastly, create followers. Create followers. When the powerful women are gone, their work should not die. And that is why we need to create followers so that they can take the baton and move forward. Let the voices of the women live long. Now let's invite, thank you very much, Martha, for that. Let's now invite Noneba Mhlauli, an activist, to come forward. Let's give her a round of applause. Awusenayo nengonyane incinanana nje noNceba. I know ungxamile. I know you don't have time.
Ute umama Mandisa, she came to warn us into ba masangadoyitoyi. Ngoba uyayazi youth league xa izawuthetha iqala ngodoyitoyi. Greetings to everyone. My name is Noneba Mhlauli. And I just want to start by thanking the organizers of this event for firstly having brought together in this room a collective of women who are veterans, who are activists, who are academics, across the age spectrum, across the racial spectrum. And I think that just from having listened, seated here yesterday and today, because we only arrived yesterday, we've learned so much from the various stories and inputs. And I would want to start by saying, in Dobana, when we speak about the challenges of writing African women's histories, it starts with programs such as these. And I do hope that there is a secretariat at Koyo that is actually documenting all of the conversations that have come up at this conference, because we speak about the absence of African women's voices in our histories precisely because we don't document the stories that have come out of here today. I mean, if you could just sit and interview all of the women in this room, we would come up with an amazing book around the impact, the history of women's struggles in South Africa and where we are going into the future. So we do hope that, and maybe as an idea, Sis Ella, we could even request the people that would have participated and been speakers to write articles that we can possibly even, publish into a booklet, so that we start the work of ensuring that we don't forget the stories of women in South Africa and even across the African continent. Because what we've done here today is not just about South African women, but it's about African women from various parts of the continent. So thank you very much for that. And I think just with that point, in Durban, if we are to speak about, the absence of women's records, or women's voices in our records, whether it may be around, politics, within the economic sector, in every other sector of society, it starts with the fact that we actually do not document our history. If you look at the African National Congress, sorry, I didn't say, but what do I do? In my professional life, I'm a government employee. I work in the presidency of the Republic of South Africa. And in my other life, I'm a youth activist, who is also currently the national convener of the ANC Youth League. I would have hoped that Umambalega would have been here, because she heads up the ANC's archive subcommittee. Oh, yes, she was here, yes. She heads up the ANC's archive subcommittee. And if you look at whether it's the African National Congress in South Africa, or the ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe, or any other liberation movement on the African continent, the one big problem that we have is that we don't document our history as a people. And we end up having our history being documented by those that end up distorting it. And they always say that history is written by the victors. Now, in the case of African women, the victors obviously are not African women. As Mama just said, is that we are victims as African women. So you therefore find a situation whereby our history is being recorded and accounted for by men, who are in actual fact the perpetrators, as the stories that we would have heard over the last 3 days would have indicated. So I think the starting point therefore becomes, Indoba, we must ensure that as women, whether we are in academics, whether we are, in the arts sector and every other sphere of society, that we do become the authority in telling our stories. And that's going to ensure that our stories are therefore told in a manner in which they are not reduced into fitting into the narrative of a very patriarchal world where men always are the ones that are allowed or that are celebrated as the leaders of all revolutions across the world. The stories that would have come out here in the last 3 days would have indicated and debunked this myth that it's always been men that have led, significant change in society. Usisi Beteta Apizolo gave us a very beautiful presentation around, the history of the various women's movements at different parts of the country, while even different parts of the continent. But that's absent when we read our history. That's absent when we speak to young people. It's absent when we go about our activism. But we can't discount the absence of our voices as women from the general makeup of what the patriarchal system is. Because if we are saying that stories are told or history is told by the victors, and that in our gender struggle, the victors therefore become the perpetrators, which is your men, it therefore means that generally in the makeup of what becomes our activism as women and our struggles to ensure that we fight for the emancipation of women, it is within the confines of what a patriarchal society is. And that reminds me of an article that I read many years ago by Simone de Beauvoir, who speaks about women as the second sex. Essentially, she says that, patriarchy is set up in such a way that we define man as the absolute. So even in the Bible, Adam was there first, and then we came after Adam. So we were an extension of, after there was first Adam, which is human, and then we then came after as an extension of what would have been defined as human, which is indoda. And even within our language, when the prof spoke here yesterday, he spoke about, and I even wrote it down, he spoke about the use of language in erasing women as a species that can stand on their own. So what does that mean? If you take Gamalam for an example, Gamalam Gunangeba, but my name is derived from a prefix of what would have been a name of a boy child, which would be Ungeba. If you and all other things that refer to women in society, everything that refers to women in society. I mean, even the word woman, it's, it was men, then it was woman. It's male, then it's female, It's hero, then it's heroine. So language, and whether it's in English, Xhosa, in any other African language that I happen that I know, and maybe it transcends to other languages as well in other parts of the continent, you have a situation whereby the idea of a woman is that which is derived from what would have been an extension of a man. So even if you look at the history of our struggle, which is what I want to come to around the absence of women's voices, our history is told in such a masculine way. Even if you speak about, we'll talk about even the lingo when we speak about, the struggle days, we speak about guerrillas and chiefs and things like that. So the idea of a revolutionary is one that is very masculine, that removes the idea of women that would have led a revolution. And then you find this idea that, when we speak about our heroes and our revolutionaries, the first idea that comes to mind, yindoda, because we've defined leadership within our language as this thing that is man. And then when we think about women, the women therefore then become an extension of that. Just this past month, this month of September that we're celebrating today, the ANC Youth League is celebrating 78 years of existence. SASCO, that Comrade Precious and I used to serve in together in the NEC back in the day, is celebrating how many years? 31 years. And if you read the formation of both these youth organizations, when we speak about former leaders of these organizations, the first thing that comes to mind is that we speak about the men that would have been there, as if there were no women in those conferences. People actually don't know that in the founding meetings around the formation of the Youth League, Umam Albertina Sisulu was there. But even in her history, by the way, when we read about her, it's absent that she was actually part of the group that would have discussed and planned around the formation of the Congress Youth League. The names that are at the forefront is your Nelson Mandela's, your Walter Sisulu's, etc., etc. And the same goes even for the ANC, which is why I'm so happy that we've finally been able to correct the narrative around Umamu Charlotte Maxeke, for an example. Because for a long time, in how we told those stories, it was in complete distortion of the role that women played in the formation and the building of these particular organizations. But again, it goes back to this idea, Eyoba, the man is the absolute, and as women, we are just there as the support structure. And I do think that what is most important, just as a way of wrapping up, because I'm trying to be quite short, is that what is most important, in as much as we acknowledge that our history is distorted, it's not told in a correct way, but what we must do, which is what we attempted to do with Inansika, with Isasco, because when we got into SASCO, we realized in Tobana, the story of SASCO was so distorted and there were so many blanks. So we then started a project that we call the SASCO History Project, where we started interviewing former leaders from the formation of SASCO to the merger to SANSCO to ASASA and all other student formations, precisely so that we can get the timeline correct. But also because many of the people who would have been there, the memories are fading. and abanye babo are no longer alive, and others, have already passed on. And we realize that if we don't fix it now, you're going to face a situation whereby you're going to have a generation of young people like ourselves who have no idea how we got to where we are today. And there is nothing as dangerous as young, energetic, militant young people who do not know where they come from, because then we are then impacted by all different sort of things, and that energy gets it gets channeled into what becomes completely negative, precisely because of the absence of the information that is correct around the history of not only of our people, ourselves as women, but also of our country. So what becomes fundamental is that as we are gathered here today, we must ensure that we collect those stories and we tell them correctly. I would, for an example, I don't know if there are books written, for an example, on Mandisa, but imagine if that has not been recorded, what a loss it would have been to just activism in South Africa. And if we don't have deliberate programs to do that, for an example, if we would have never told the story of the ANC Women's League, I don't know if there is a deliberate project, President, around the formation and the life and the work of the ANC Women's League. Often when we speak about even, in the presentation that was done yesterday, Corey Banda and I was saying, Dobana, where is the Bantu Women's League or timeline? But even that, if we don't have it, then we can't then blame Umtu for not having it in their presentation because we didn't put it there. And that's where the danger becomes. So I think for us, where we are here right now is that we can continuously, and there's also this project. I remember that, comrade, the Young Women's Desk, and then when Comrade Precious comes, had a program where they called it the struggle against forgetting. Because we have so many of our heroes and heroines, but we forget about them. And we remember the big buzzwords. And we remember the ones that were, that movies were made, that movies were made about them. But we forget the day-to-day comrades that would have been in communities ensuring that they change the lives of people and the impact that they would have made. And so many, and because we forget them, they become erased in history. And most of those are women. Most of those are black women. So I think as we speak about the challenges of writing African women's histories, we must first start by recording it with those that are currently alive, ensure that we correct the narrative, but lastly, make sure that it becomes legacy projects so that the generation after the one that is there right now is one that can truly take the baton forward in understanding exactly where we come from. Thank you so much.
I was just about to give my small paper. Thank you very much, Noneba. Abanendlebe zokuva bavile. She is saying in everything she said that let us document our stories and not just document them correctly, because we've got a lot of stories that are told that are distorted. So she is emphasizing that. She's saying that we cannot continue to have the history that we have currently that is defined in terms of a man. Yes. As if women have not existed, as if women have not contributed anything. this is the beginning. Let's write our history. Let's write it correctly so that our children, nezizukulwana zethu, can read about the correct history. Thank you very much, Nonqeba. Let us now invite Lynn Abrahams from Iziko Museum to share with us. Let's give her a round of applause.
Our struggle is not only about forgetting or against forgetting. Our struggle is also what Dr. Busak terms about unremembering. And history has unremembered women, and particularly African women. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. I stand here today as a descendant of the Khoi, the San, and the enslaved. I stand here today as an African woman. Historical narratives denied me the right to exist. It stripped me of my language, my culture, my identity, and forced upon me Western ways of thinking, doing, and knowing. When I started at Iziko, so I've been an activist, and I'll talk about that later. So when I started at Iziko, it was a very conflicted space for me to work in a space that carries human remains of my ancestors. A very painful way, and I had to find myself dealing with this space that I find myself in. And she asked me, and I continue to say, I am a descendant of the Khoi and the San. And she continued asking me, have you done DNA sampling to test? And my response was, your history denied me the right to exist. Today, I choose to identify with what I choose to identify. And therefore, I choose to identify the way I do and to associate. Historical events has de-Africanized me and reduced me to a colored. But yet my ancestral footprint points to the soil and the drums of Africa that continues to beat in my heart and will always beat in my heart. I had to redefine how racist institutions had defined and redefined and redefined and reclassified myself. And the teachings, and even my own teachings throughout my life, has been based on this Eurocentric notion of what it is to be an African. Growing up as a little girl, we were taught that you had to be lighter in complexion. You had to straighten your hair. And as I began a process of identifying and stripping myself of these Eurocentric notions that kept me contained, I stripped my hair. I took off all my hair, cutting off the chemicals in my hair, because my ancestral footprint did not allow my hair to be straight. This is what I'm supposed to be and what I've looked at. This is the mirror, the reflection of me, and this is what I embrace. So I became a silent spectator and an unwilling participant in other people's cultures and histories. And today, as a comrade in my organization, which is also the ANC, I'm reduced further to a national question. Continuously inflicting pain upon my body that has already bears centuries of pain, intergenerational trauma and pain that is upon my body. And I thought I wanted to start off by saying and talking about the complexities of how our history has been recorded and written, Because the question here was about writing and how African histories had been written and the challenges that we have. So I'm going to make the statement that says historiography, heritage, the archive, and knowledge production was patriarchal, it was Eurocentric, and it was racist in its makeup. And to a large extent, it continues to carry these characteristics. So a Eurocentric lens zoomed in on who we are as African people. And it does say, and they produce narratives of who we are, not only as women. And I thought I have to separate and start there. We have a beautiful pre-colonial history. We have objects like the Timbuktu manuscripts. We have Mapungubwe that attest to the beauty and the progress of Africa before those ships sailed in. But yet history has been recorded in a way to make us forget those histories. So even when Mapungubwe was discovered in 1936, it was hidden because it would have refuted this claim of an uncivilized and an uncultured and a barbaric people that existed, that they had to come and save. But yet, our history is recorded. If it's in the rocks, it is there. If it is in our objects, it is there. It is in every beat, it is in every object that we hold close and that we hold dear. And this is what Eurocentric history tried to portray of us. They became the saviors of us. And in their attempt to become that saviors, they stripped us of so many things and trying to strip us of even our cultures and traditions. But I'm going to come to that because they could not complete that project. And let me just state by saying that yesterday was a reflection, it was the truth of how they failed to even colonize our stories, our traditions, and our cultures. In some ways they did, but in many ways they did not get it right. They brought slavery, traded in human beings. Women were stripped of everything. A woman did not even own the womb on her. A man would come and enforce himself on him, rape her, ridicule her, and still decide what happens to the child. And this is part of the archive. Rob Shell writes about how the slave lodge, the Ezekiel Museum slave lodge, turns into a brothel at night. And I asked myself, what were the power dynamics between master and slave at that time? If a woman could not even own her body, how would she be able to become a sex worker? Today we say, yes, decriminalize because the woman has a right to choose how she uses her body. But these are how the historical narrative and the archive came into being. We became what is called prehistory. The historical narrative reduced our beautiful history as prehistory, meaning we had no history. We had no cultures. We had nothing. And they came in and brought us all of that. And also, of course, not having understand how our cultures, our languages and everything. They extended into our borders, put up fences, and that's why we are asked, where's your permit today? And yet this kind of history and this kind of awareness is what somebody said this morning, rightfully so, is distracted by all these xenophobic attacks upon who we are as African people. Borders did not exist. They came with the understanding and the notions of what it means to have these borders and languages. Helen Zille continues to argue that colonialism was not bad. We heard over 3 days the intergenerational scars that we continue to carry. In fact, not even scars, wounds. Because here it was said we need healing. As women, we are tired. Somebody said, our tired is tired, which is true. So they brought race classification, racism. They came here, and examples exist even in our slave lodge, where mulatto slaves, which were lighter in complexion, were treated differently than your Angolan slaves. And this is how our society had been set up. And this is also how history has been recorded and set up. And this is how the archive was set up. People spoke yesterday and somebody said we have to rely on the archive. Yes, as historians, we read against the grain, but for how long are we going to read against the colonial grain? For how long are we going to allow other people to write about us and who we are? So I agree that recording and oral histories should be part of our project, not only to fill the gaps and become add-ons, but also as a sense of healing. Talking becomes healing. And that is the way that we need to navigate this particular space. So we have internalized all these Western notions of knowledge productions, their value systems, their beliefs that is manifested in our society and even in our homes. And in the process, we forgot who we were. Africa's biggest gift to the world had always been our humanity. Look at where we are today. Our children kill their parents. They kill their children. We have forgotten who we are. And that is part of these tentacles of Eurocentrism and Westernism that is sitting within us. We need to unburden ourselves from those tentacles. We need to cut ourselves loose from everything that is Western and that continues to define us as African people. We need to go back to the source and become who we are meant to be. So, besides it being Eurocentric, it was also patriarchal. In a sense that the Prof was here this morning, spoke, and I wanted to talk about the 18th century and how patriarchal writings were in the 18th century. You would hardly hear about white women, and let alone African women. And I want to talk about Kretoa, a young woman at 11 years old, finding herself in the household of Van Riebeeck. And often we hear about Kretoa. And remember, this young girl was supposed to be barbaric, uncultured, and uncivilized, with no history, with no background. But yet she had the knack to learn all these languages, and she became a linguist. So today I prefer to draw her out of the dustbins of history and place her in the annals of history as a linguist. Then we have Anna de Koning. I'm not sure how many is familiar with Groot Constantia. Anna de Koning was a freed enslaved woman, an owner, the first woman, an African woman to own Groot Constantia. But yet the historical narrative is silent about her term as an owner. In fact, what the historical narrative tells us, that she had slaves, but it also says that during her ownership, during her tenure, there was no winemaking, which is a lie. And this is also an area for further research. And then moving down centuries later, the ANC, in its makeup, was patriarchal. We heard yesterday women were only allowed in 1948. Today we continue to bear and to carry the scars of this patriarchal foundation on which the ANC was set up. So you have people like Nokuthula Dube, which the doctor spoke about yesterday. A woman who walked in the shadow of her husband. But it was not only that we must remember her for leaving a husband when he cheated on her, but we must remember her for the first school that she had built. It was her performances when they traveled outside of the country and the musical performances that raised the money for the first school, which was the Oshlanga Industrial Institute, and often credit is acknowledged only to her husband, John Dube. She was a co-founder of Ilanga Lazi newspaper. And these are the narratives. So when we talk about writing about women, we must remove all these things around us. We must remove all these things around us and write them into history in the manner that they should be there, in the powerful way that they should be and that they would have been or should have been. Then you have Maddie Hall Kuma, who was married to Alfred Kuma. Sorry, I can't do the clicks. Also an ANC president. And you know, Maddie is hardly even written about in South Africa. Yet in Africa, she is what we would call also part of the diaspora. African people taken to the Americas. We remember Buffalo Soldier, right? And Maddie Hokumo is one of those women, but yet our stories is empty when it comes to her. And these are the people that we need to take them from the dustbins of history. In ending off, I thought I just have to mention also how museums perpetuated this kind of violence and erasure of who we are as a people. My colleague often refers to museums as a crime scene, and I concur with that. It perpetuated and reinforced violence against our people. Violence against our cultures, violence against our traditions, violence against everything that meant something to us. Objects were looted from graves. Things were brought into our collections and classified in ethnographic eyes or frames, depicting our cultures as static and backwards as part of this whole idea of prehistory. The othering of the object also became part of that kind of recording of history in our museums, because it created the greatness of Europe and the greatness of Western history and people over us. And in that way, our collections still continues to sit today. For example, we have also, I call it part of the erasure of the archive. We have an object. There was a young woman, or there was a researcher that came to record what is in our Zulu collection. And this person recorded, and she took photos and took these objects to KZN and went to different areas in rural KZN. And one of the things that we call this object is a belt. I forgot what this Zulu name is for it, but in our collection it stands as a belt. But this belt, through the discussions and going into these communities, we found out that this is the belt worn by women after she had given birth. So this belt in Zulu tradition is not just a belt. So that, yes, there's a ibanda. In fact, there's different regions who have different names for it. But that also speaks to the fact that the colonists and the Eurocentric narrative try to paint a picture of oneness And that, but yet we come from different regions. So we have different callings for different things. And then another thing was the beats. I mean, when I arrived at Isisele, they were looking for a curator of, I'm finishing off now, they were looking for a curator of African adornment and beads. And I'm like, why are you putting beads and textiles into African adornment? Because it was not. It is part of social history. Every bead chosen on an object, the Zulu love letters, every bead chosen, the pattern of the beadwork is part of the message, it's part of the tradition, it's part of the culture. So why is it being beautified in our collections? So these are some of the things. I mean, also with the Kumani San people, with Kalahari, we brought in communities, the Komani San people. We brought them in to sit and to work with them in our archives and to really find these objects that the curator has decided what it should be. Part of erasing our history in the archive, in the museum. So there's a lot of work there that needs to be done. So I'm going to end off by saying that in writing our histories, you know, as I said before, our struggle is not only against forgetting, right? It's unremembering. And I understand that as women, we need to write about who we are. We need to write where we come from. But there's also just our history as Africans in general, across the continent, that a particular picture was painted about who we are. You know, that we had no philosophers, but we know we had. Somebody mentioned Queen Majaji here. Over the 3 days. So we have all these stories that needs to be unearthed. But in order to do that, and I'm going to end with this, in order to do that, let us also remove all these things. Let us uncloth us. Women, to a large extent, has been enablers of patriarchy. And we need to speak the truth because it is that. So we need to uncloth ourselves. I continue as a scholar of Afrocentrism. I continue to walk this journey. And every time I have to go back and check myself in the way I talk and the way I write and the way I think. But let us uncloth ourselves and let us write stories from our perspectives. Let us write from our experiences, our values as African people. Let us write from that perspective. And let us do justice to those who came before us. I want to say, Mama Mandisa, thank you very much. You know, when we were invited, initially, we were invited to do exhibition. I was not supposed to be a speaker. I'm like imposed myself here. So when we were invited to do exhibition, we didn't have an exhibition. I told my bosses, there's no way that we can have this conference and not respond with an exhibition. Monday, I was still running around by printers and sending information to have this exhibition and to curate one of the panels. Getting our objects, I think it's the first time that Isisele has actually brought from our collections to display here in a public space and amongst communities. And this is the work that we continue to do, and you must continue to put pressure on us. Because as I am there inside, a very lonely journey, navigating those colonial spaces, but with the pressure from outside and women's voices standing behind me, I can do this, and so can you. So let's do this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you very much, Lynn. Just picking up a few things from what she was saying, and remembering African women, and remembering African women. We hear you, my dear sister. We hear you that the historical events, unfortunately, have defined who we are. And hence, you yourself have been reduced to be classified as you are classified. But the message she's sharing with us is that we need to redefine African history. We need to redefine African history. We cannot continue to allow complexities in terms of defining the history and how it is written. We need to change the gear. We need to change the gear. For how long are we going to allow other people to write about us? And like the previous speaker said, distort even that information and write it in a Eurocentric way and in a patriarchal way. Let's change the gear. Let's change the gear. Thank you very much. Let's now invite
Chairperson, I've observed the way you gave the last speaker a lot of time compared to the Tanzanian lady. I just feel that it will be unfair for me not to say that. You gave her a lot of time.
Thank you, Mama, for that. Uxolo, I gave her the note first of all. I even stood up yes. Uxolo. I apologize for that. It's fine. I apologize. I apologize for that. But I tried my best. I tried my best. I gave her a note and even stood up to remove her. Let us now give the time to the last speaker, Precious Banda, the community activist. I'm sorry, I hope you don't feel the same. Because
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Watinta abafazi. Watinta imbokodo. Wena. Thank you. Thank you so much to our moderator, to the organizers of this historical, powerful conference, Mamandisa, Ella, Lindiwe and everybody from Ilita Lavantu. It's true, we have watched nicely as all the women came here, and it was a beautiful thing to see women lift each other and thank Mamandisa. And I told myself when I come forward, I'm gonna thank Ella myself. I owe it to my own generation also to lift my generation up. So thank you so much, and all of you from your different fraternities, academia, activists, political movement. Something beautiful happened in here, and I think we need to also highlight it. You had a woman from the DA, a woman from IFP. I saw one of our moderators is from the EFF, I know her. You have leaders from the ANC. So women from various political formations have been together for 3 days, and we did not see conflict because they understood that patriarchy does not choose what is your political orientation. And it's important to lift this point because there is a mobilization, a feminist mobilization in our country that says when we go and confront something, maybe GBV or anything today that faces women, we must go there and say, no, in here, we don't identify as who we are from political formations. We are civil society alone. Because it's like there's, women from political formations are stigmatized within the activist circles. So this conference has been able to show that that narrative is bogus, that women from political formations can actually work together, and they understand that when confronting patriarchy, our political views don't stand, but our struggles as women come first because we are women. So when we go to conferences coming forward, when we are going to summits of women, we do not want to be taught to leave some pieces of ourselves. It's also part of erasure, that I must go and fight GBV, but in this space, I'm not the political. I must be a half of me, not the political. We must fight to affirm ourselves and who we are. Embrace our diversity, because, by the way, uniformity is not unity. Diversity is unity. That we appreciate our diversities, our differences, and understand that we establish minimum consensus on the things that really unite us. I want to take off from where the previous speakers have left by firstly saying the ruling ideas of the ruling class have in fact written stories of women, and when they do that, they continuously deface us. They deface women and remove. It's also the language. Women have been removed. That's why even on the podium, I was just whispering to her when the moderator is trying to say, I try to remove her. Men remove us every day. So we must not remove one another. Yeah. So the violent or epistemic erasure of women is still rife, and even the emerging scholarly thinker defines a thinking within the boundaries patriarchy has set. We speak about women organization, women organizing themselves, and everybody else, like mostly, we start from the generation of Umama Charlotte Maxeke, the 1913 generations. But we owe it to those that even came before 1913. The warrior women that have been there before 1913. Women had been fighting. We had women that had been standing up, confronting the oppressor. We owe it to them that every time that we want to speak about women organizing themselves or standing up, we go beyond the generation of 1913. We must look, for example, into the generations of these women that have made a change and have fought and stood on the side of the people. And I want to invoke right now and pay homage to Queen Amina of Zaria, Queen Ya Ashantewa of Ashanti, Queen Zinga of Angola, the great Mbuya Nehanda of Zimbabwe, Queen Mantatisi Wabatlokwa, Mkabai Kajama also is one outstanding woman that has contributed, predating the time that we started mobilizing ourselves in 1913. And many others whose names have not been recorded anywhere. May we never forget them. The stories of women from the lenses of patriarchy has been only what patriarchy chooses to tell. As activists and thinkers today, we only tell stories that suit us, and we deface other women to look like these struggles started with us. These struggles are from far. For example, there have been stories like Comrade Nongeba spoke of wanting to disassociate President Charlotte Maxeke from the ANC Women's League. And thank you, Tozama, like for the great work for writing Charlotte into existence. And that's what we want, that you put Charlotte back into existence by telling us and finding out for us real stories. Let's know more about others. Let's know more about Lillian Goy. Can women begin to write their own stories and to tell their own stories? And it's great because when we have been beautifully following your work, we got inspired. And also the omitting of the ANC Women's League and the progressive women's movement of South Africa is in fact the backbone of mobilization of civil society in the country. And the reason why we are going to insist on this, that the PWMSA must be always located in history, is us fighting for hearing the voices of women. Because the women that came together to form the PWMSA were women that had identified for themselves a cause. And there were women that had chosen to speak for themselves across party lines and to mobilize themselves. So we can never speak about women mobilization and women organization without properly locating the PWMSA and all other women formations. The ANC Women's League is the biggest women organization in the Southern Hemisphere. And you cannot sit here, whatever you feel about the Women's League, and not properly locate it where it is and the role it has done to also inspire other women into organizing themselves on the continent. Just last year, we launched a movement called the Young Women of Africa. It's a movement, a cognitive movement of young women of the continent, and I was privileged to be appointed as its continental convener. And I see the minister from Zim has left, Mam Nyoni, and something there happened again. When we came together as politically active young women from the continent, from liberation movements and the current opposition parties on the continent, to pave a way for ourselves, and we agreed that while we differ fundamentally on a number of issues, but at least we agreed on one thing, and that was to make Africa a better continent for us, where as young women, we are going to demand to have a say into the direction of our continent. And we had the minister from Zimbabwe, where our headquarters is, who actually buffered us and was there and was one of the speakers that spoke. And to the extent that she assisted our comrades who were organizing there, because it was hybrid, everybody was in their country, we entered on Zoom, but you had something where the president of the ANC Women's League here, President Vatabile, was doing the same to us. She was doing the same to us. I remember that day when we were launching, I woke up. You remember after the last test of the COVID, where it would be like a very strong flu where you can't, I had that one on that day. A president was running around, you think she's a young woman. She was, admin Zoom. Can I host so that I accept people? Precious, other countries are here. Where's South Africa? Like, she was there. But the role that she plays and the role that a collective in the Women's League plays is that Africans sit to establish a movement of young women because they are assimilating the work that the ANC Women's League, led by Batabile Dlamini, did by establishing a young women's desk. And they have seen the work of the young women's desk. And as we speak to you today, political parties across the continent have got their young women's desk, and they have copied from South Africa, from the ANC Women's League. And that's how a discussion of launching a continental movement started. And this is the work that the Women's League has done. And we said, if we do not speak about it, it will never be known. But if we do not give credit to those that have paved the way for us, we are never going to be able to make everyone understand the contributions of the women and the contributions that women in their small spaces make. So we could see, they were not talking with the minister, but we could see, because we were interacting as young women, that in South Africa, our president is here with us. The ones of Namibia had their own leaders who are elder women there. Tanzania had the same. Malawi had the same. It was the Minister of Women. Like each country, you could see that they were senior comrades, women, that looked so desperate for us to start this movement. And so after the launch, I began to think, to say, why are they so bothered that we as young women mobilize ourselves and we as young women create a platform for us to address issues that confront us in the continent? And perhaps it's because they are worried about the direction of the gender machinery and the gender struggle that they long dedicated their lives with. Perhaps it's about the very transferring of the baton, that when the baton is being transferred, it's not going to be physically given to us as something that tatan manje, but it's these actions that you see your forebearers and your leaders stand up and do, that you realize that this is an investment into us. And this investment is not just for its own sake, but it's also for the generations ahead. So already we feel burdened. We feel like we owe the generations that are going to come to behind us, that this that we have been taught, that the way we have been held in the movement, the way we have been given the support, even during difficult times, we have to give those that come after us the same way. So it's through actions like that that women's stories are going to move from one generation. I thought I'm the last one, so you'll be a bit lenient. From one generation to the other. So I agree with everything that has been said about fighting against forgetting, confronting the epistemic erasure of women, and also to add to unremembering, that also along as we unremember, we must also unlearn what we need to unlearn. And as we unlearn, let us memorize the work that the women have done for future generations that come after us. And let us tell the stories correctly. Comrade Nongaba raises something very fundamental, the correct telling of the stories. We have, Chair, through yourself, it's true that we must write, because I say I have a lot of pages, so I'm just going to submit something written. But let's continue to push against erasure, because a lot of towns are named after men, airports, buildings are named after men. Can we begin to push that women are given the same kind of honor also? When we are building institutions, universities, can we remember that the women have been there too on this path? And the story that I want your indulgence for, Chair, is the first August story that everyone else speaks about, the shutdown story. the total shutdown story of the 1st August. And I'm very passionate about that because when we were organizing for the 1st of August, we had differences in views. What happened in organizing the 1st of August should be a thesis actually, that if we properly conceptualize and characterize, might assist us in forming more unity for women. Because we differed on a lot of things that were being arranged for the upcoming march, and that was months before. And after we differed, for example, part of the things that we were told are that we can't come to the march as politically active women. Like we are not women, like we do not get raped, like we do not get oppressed, like we do not face the wrath of patriarchy ourselves, that we can't come as politically active women, and that we can't wear our colors in that march. And after failing to agree, we decided, comrades, we are going to march ourselves too on the same day. And we are going to march because we believe in the cause. And let's say one message and many voices. And that too was rejected among women and the organizers. And it's maybe because now time has passed, maybe we still need to have a reflection and a postmortem of where all of us could have gone wrong and what we need to do properly in the future in order for us to mobilize more consensus of women. Now we differ on that. We decide, okay, but you can't say we must wear one color, all of us. Women are raped in church clothes. Women are raped in their traditional clothes. Women are raped in the streets. Women are raped as sangomas in their regalia. We are raped in our political regalia. Can women come to the march in whichever way they want without being policed on what they wear? Can the march represent the daily lived experiences of women? We are fighting rape. And the abuse that women have gone through, the violence that women have gone through. Can I come to the march wearing my bum shorts because I wear them every day and I live in fear? And can someone else come and wear something different? We differed on that. So we differed on many approaches, and there was, okay, we are marching to the union building. The union building, the people or the president deployed in the union building is a deployee of a political party. He gets the mandate from the political party. Can we all go to that political party and tell it to lead? Because people have voted for it. People have voted for the political party. So those were the differences I see, program director, that we had then. And that led to us having many or different kinds of mobilization and marches on that day. And different kind of demands on that day. There was no one solid march. It was different marches, but carrying one message. So can we document that properly also? Can we actually have a conversation around how we mobilize ourselves as women, around how we speak, so that we do not contribute into the erasure of other women, the silencing of voices of women, so that we do not contribute into othering women and also displacing. Everybody else must feel valid, and everybody else must know we see them, we hear them, they are valid, and they make a difference in the fight towards the recognition and the equality of women in our spaces as African women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Precious. Precious, what we can take out of what you were saying is that as women, whether you come from any formation, as a woman, you know the challenges that we face. And I think she's putting it very clear, acknowledging the fact that this conference has set an example that whether you come from any formation, if you are a woman, you know the challenges that face women because they are the same. And thank you for that, Precious. But she's emphasizing the fact that we need to embrace diversity. We need to embrace diversity. Let us not deface, in her words, let us not deface other women. Because that's what we do as women. We deface other women. Ngathi khange babe khona sisimandi. Kube ngathi awukho. Especially once as women we are put somewhere. Siyalibala ngabanye abafazi. I think importantly also is emphasizing the role of young women and the future where they are taking not only South Africa, but taking forward the continent, recognizing Africa as a better continent. And we appreciate that as young people, what you are doing. She is emphasizing on what has been said by other speakers. Tell stories and tell them correctly. I want to thank the speakers as I open 5 minutes only. I'm told there's no time at all. So, Betunana, uba awukhange ufumana ithuba kule 5 minutes. Please uzungcumele ngelunch. Smile at me during lunchtime if you did not get the chance to ask a question or comment. And because the time is short, may I request that you don't tell another long story. If it's a question, you get no introduction of the question, you get to a question. If it's a comment, one line of a comment, and we give other people. Are we happy with that?
Not quite.
Okay, so we've got 5 minutes. Let's try and manage that time. The time now is 20 past. We're going to start this side.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll try and be very brief today. But it is so difficult.
Sorry, can we all listen, please?
It is so difficult to be brief because this conference is one of its kind. It has been liberating. We have decolonized our minds. We, as women, we have been liberated in all respects. So it's very difficult. I just want to say, speaking to conference, I have a question. What do we do with this leadership that has emerged from this conference? How do we channel this courage that has emerged here? What do we do with those young leaders? All of them have come guns blazing, knowing their story, ready to liberate us. And I just want to dare say that what has happened today, Mandy, has gone way beyond your expectation and your agenda.
This is not about women, this is about society. This is about society. All of what has been said here, they are symptoms of the ills in our society. But we are more affected, 52% plus minus, of this society are women. Xolo, mama.
No. Yes.
Then the face of poverty are women. Look for poverty, you'll find women. And disease and everything else. So I'm saying, Mandy, your task, channel this leadership. These kids are taking us to a very bright future. And I think we need to utilize this leadership. I wanted to share my personal story. I've got two. And that personal story comes from the courage that has come from this conference. And one thing I will say, forced marriages. I know that that culture, you know, is no longer there. But especially in the African communities. Not a lot, but forced marriages. We are victims of forced marriages. There are 5 of us, girls at home. I will tell this story one day. Mandy knows a little bit of that. Actually, I want to leave all of you crying. I want to leave you, all of you crying.
Let's keep quiet, please.
I sometimes don't know who my father is. I ask myself that question. Who is my father? Not because my mom did something wrong. No. Not at all. My mother dared to be obedient to her father. And everything else. And at the end of the day, the second part of me being a victim, all of us as 5 girls, we had to, at 16, I had to stand between my mother with my 4 siblings. The youngest was 6 years. Stopping my father from beating my mother. Because the previous beating, my mother was so beaten up, she was urinating blood. And we realized that if we allow this to happen, she would die. So I had to, at that age, I had to come in between my father with all my sisters. We didn't even know what we were doing, but we had to intervene. I've stayed with this. I'm a very private person. They know me. I don't talk about myself. I know there are many of us that have suffered this. I don't talk about myself because of that. But today, the courage that came out of this conference made me to speak out for healing. So thank you, Mandy. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you. This is liberating. Healing is liberating. Thank you so much.
Oh, I have tears myself. Understand, we understand, isn't?
Thank you.
If we were in the UN, Sis Mandy, we would be saying this is one of the resolutions that need to go in. As we compile the report, these are some of the recommendations that are coming. I think the message is clear. Let's take the second. Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to commit in front of everyone so that I can be held accountable. I'm leading media faculty. I'm leading faculty that has media. And I'm committing to Sis Mandisa that will take over the project of writing up her book and her story.
Thank you. Thank you for, we go to that side. No, we go to that side. Masingali betunana.
I want to start with Umam Sonjika. I know Mom since she was the Minister of Water. And she's right, she's a very private person, but it's for the first time today of hearing that. But I want to say to her also, I've come a long way since the ANC caucus. I'm doing legal practice, specializing in abuse of women. And I want to say to her, I would like to engage with Mamuma Ndisa to take forward on how to advocate and educate our women. When telling these stories, we must also add from where we come to where we're going. The legal framework, it is there for us. The amendments of 28 January 2022, it is there for us. We must educate our women so that they know what their rights are, so that they know that if something is done wrong to me, I can go and seek help because there's a law. There's a law that is stopping this man or this person from doing those things to me. To end up like that, we can voice our stories. The law is there, Mamandisa, but we need to educate, advocate, and make them aware of what they can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take another hand from this side. Yes.
Hello. Oh. You know, Engosis Mandisa for inviting me here. You know, thanks for this workshop. It made me personally to be tough, to stand for myself. When one looks at me, perhaps would say, this is a strong woman. And yet, I'm a broken woman. I'm broken in the sense of I grew up in a abusive home. Exactly what Umama just said is what was happening at home. My father was a very handsome, and just was a very handsome man. When he walked there on the road, when he got home inside, he was a devil. Where you would ask your mom when he's not around, and you will ask, is this real? Is this our father? And my mom would say, yes. My mom died with a scar in her face, a scar in her hand, with a plate, full plate, that came to her face. Or I am bad. When I was 6 years, 7 years, I was raped. Nobody knows at home. I never told a soul. I never even told my mom, because she would blame herself, and perhaps she would, and my father would know that, and Isabinga to mama was responsible for my rape, because I was raped. My sister got pregnant in 14, and Yangati, it was my mom who slept with my sister because she's pregnant now at the age of 14. And my mom was tortured because my sister was pregnant. I salute that woman who died just now, 2020. She was a woman of substance. She was a woman, a tough lady. She was very tough. That she was divorced engayazi. Kwakuthiwa kuse observatory kwanoNtsumpa or kwabanibani abantu abayaziyo when she was divorced. She never knew that she was divorced. She Native Affairs. She just heard that she was divorced. But that didn't destroy her. Yampa unyusikaus. Akhulisa abantwana bakhe ababini abasithi. I want to say, Sis Mandi, thank you for women who are here, who are teaching some of us here to be tough, to not give up, because there is life after everything, after the hurt, after all the bad things that happen to women. Because sometimes I feel that, not that I feel that, but akukho mntu utough njengomama. For you to bear children for 9 months, and that pain when you're gonna give birth, I don't think utata can take the pain of free labor. Bahambe bayozala pha. They would never take that pain. But kuyo yonke lonto, I'm just thinking to say, thank you, ilitha labantu. Thank you, Isisele Senyathi. Enkosi mama.
We've had 2 speakers from this side and 2 from this side. Ngokuzithoba bethunana, may I request that we conclude the questions because of the time. I know we've got quite a number of people that would have loved to say something, but the time is against us. Ndiyacela uxolo kakhulu ke bethunana, asiyondlela endikhuliswe ngayo, but time is against us. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the speakers that spoke. There's a suggestion that those who did not get the opportunity to speak now because of the time constraints, if you could write your questions and your comments, and we will give them to the organizing committee to deal with those aspects. It would be greatly appreciated. And thank you for that. I was just saying, I would like to thank the speakers who spoke about the challenges of writing African women's histories and the absence from the historical record of women's voices. We can see, I'm sure, if we could just have a day, it's very clear that we are all wounded. And we need to voice out those aspects so that they can define us and define history as we move forward. But thank you very much for sharing with us. Let's give them a round. Yeah, ngibona nami inyembe zami zelsi. And then you come back and close and do the closing session. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a a different moment. And perhaps what we can do just to allow ourselves to be in a different state and calm down because of this session, we can break for lunch, and then we will come back and just do that short closing session instead of continuing. Let's break for lunch. May I request again, just like the other days, that we have 25 to 30 minutes. Let's do like we have been doing the other days. Let's take 30 minutes for lunch. Let's take for 30 minutes for lunch, and then we come back and we quickly do the closing session. Ndiyacela bethunana, please, let's try and be quick. Thank you so much.
Amandla unamandla andinawo unabuthathaka omsindisi omsindisi nguwe olikhakha lami omsindisi nguwe olikhakha. Umzuzu nje omncinane bazali, somandla somathamsanqa, sonini nanini, ndoda kubahlolokazi, sekwinkedama. Nanku lo mzuzu somandla somathamsanqa, wenziwe nguwe lo mzuzu somandla somathamsanqa. Nguwe otyhila ingqondo kubaseki balo mbutho sikuwo somandla somathamsanqa. Ngalo mzuzu kwenzeka le nto bekufuneka yenzekile yokokuba abantu bakhuphe somandla somathamsanqa. Siyabulela sonini nanini. Abanye bathi zange bafumane nethuba babathethe. Sibulela into yoba sibe yinxalenye yokuba bakhuphele kuthi. Ndibulela uba yinxalenye yoba bakhuphele kuthi abantu bakho somandla somathamsanqa. Ngoku ke bawo bakhuphile sonini nanini. Sintlantlatha amadolo agevezelayo. Siphakama sithi qwa sibambaneni singalamakhosikazi. Silolu lutha lomZantsi Afrika somandla somathamsanqa. Sulinyembezi ke ngoku ujongwe phambili. Siyayazi baba uzozipholisa inhliziyo, uzawapholisa la manxeba. Sithembele kuye baba wethu ngoKristu inkosi yethu. Amen.
Sizawucela abantu abadala kule yokuqala. Sawucela abantu abadala kule yokuqala.
Bethunana, uSisimandi, ucela 1 minute, we give it to umama and then sihambe. 1 minute, mama.
Can we just wait and then let's have another closure, please? Thank you so much.
Yeah. I think we are not getting the message. The great ones are present. And we have gone deep. And we need to respond. Mama, this woman is our portal. And we have been given the door. It's opened. And then we need to do what we're supposed to do. We need healing. And the healing starts now. And the healing will continue even if we go home. Where to Tara Abohatwe? Where to Tara? Where to Tara? Where to Tara? Where to Tara? Ne uma mandisas nes khada uya. The pain is with us. We have to bring it out. Thanks for the truth. We cannot suppress the lead. It's boiling. So the direction is just happening now. I don't know. I have not planned for it. I'm not the one directing it. What happened to me, I was telling her, these 2 days that I came to this land, I was waking up 2 o'clock, although I sleep late. But last night, I slept until this morning, 9 o'clock. That means after I talked, that the truth was accepted by the great people. And the truth that we are dealing with here is nobody else's truth. It's our land's truth. It's not a some truth. It's the truth. Amapke amaba. So when I came this morning, I could just feel that the healing needs to be done. So I just want to it's important that we stay put. Of course, we cannot burn incense, we cannot do anything. The only thing I have that can smell is this one. So I cannot give it to everybody because we need to have our clarity. We have to have our clarity, and I just want to call the elders to come in here. I want to call the women that was called these days and nobody, the little young lady said, this one that was not called, she's there. This one, the Korshia that was not called, she's here. And I want us to bring them in here. So I just want to do that. Of course, I know that some of you have gone away from this, but you need to come back. Yes. You need to be back to the roots. You need to come back, even if you are the great.
much now, 30 minutes.
Suteleleng riaya. Risuteleleng riaya. Suteleleng riaya. Riaya. Suteleng riaya. Risuteleleng riaya. Risuteleleng riaya. Riaya basadi baruna ya riaya ya basadi riaya basadi riaya basadi baruna ya
Risutelelen riaya. Hey, 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 riaya. Risutelelen riaya. Risutelelen riaya. Risutelelen riaya. Riaya. Riaya basadi. Riaya basadi. Riaya basadi bomba. Riaya. Riaya basadi. Riaya basadi. Riaya basadi bomba. Riaya. Riaya. Tatentekele sana marena tatentekele tatentekele tekele hari sanam tatentekele 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 batla ke batla ho ya para ke tshaba dipuo tsa batho ha di fele o le nna ke batla ho ya para ke tshaba dipuo tsa batho ha di fele Ntatentekele marela ubobuhadi sanamar Ntatentekele
Madison. Oh, Lena ke batla go apara ke tshaba dipuo tsa batho ha di fele. Oh, Lena ke batla go apara ke tshaba dipuo tsa batho ha di fele. Basadi bom.
Avulekile masango ay 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 yo ay 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 yo ay 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 yo avulekile masango ay 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 yo thina sibuye Gauteni sithatha lelizwe sivethekile ay ay yo Siyaya, 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 noma. Kubi, kubi, kubi. Siyaya.
Noma besitubula, besibetha, besibulala siyaya. Noma besitubula, besibetha, besibulala
Siyaya, noma.
kubi 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 yo.
Siyaya, siyaya. Siyaya, siyaya, noma.
Kubi 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 yo.
Siyaya, siyaya, siyaya.
Noma
Besitubula, besishaya, besibopha.
kubi 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 yo.
Siyaya, 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 no.
Kubi yo.
Siyaya, siyaya, siyaya,
No. Tshela
Situbula, besishaya,
Siyaya.
besibopha.
Siyaya.
Ithini enye?
Lo mhla
Sithi woza, 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 woza. Ensi uzobona, uzobona map. Woza, 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 woza. Ensi uzobona, uzobona amapunu, amapunu.
Shodui. ithini kanene?
Ongezizwe siphele ay
Thatha imic, thatha imic.
siphelelanga kushoda uwina siphelelanga
Thatha imic. Cairo to bring
To Madagascar.
from Cape to
Cairo.
Cairo. Lawi. Azania, Azani.
from
Nia, Azania.
Morocco to Madagascar
Azania.
from Cape
Azania.
to Cairo
Azania.
Morocco to Madagascar Iazania lizwe lethu sobashaya ngerasasa Iazania lizwe lethu
Azania.
sobashaya ngebhazuka from Cape to Cairo Morocco to Madagascar from Cape
Azania.
to Cairo
Azania.
Morocco to Madagascar
Azania.
Iazania
Azania.
sobashaya ngebhazu Kazimiri, the commander of the Azanian People's Liberation Boniswa Nyukane, the chief commander of the ladies of the Azanian People's Liberation from Cape to Cairo. No one can claim our land. To Cairo. Morocco to Madagascar. Aibo.
Hayi kuthi masingatoyitoyi.
Ebafana yibambeni. Ebafana yibambeni. Ebafana yibambeni.
Ibambeni webafana.
Ebafana yibambeni.
Ibambeni wezinsi.
Ayi isibham salabafana. Emo. Hayi isibham salabafana. Ebafana yibambeni. Ebafana yibambeni. Ebafana yibambeni. Ebafana yibambeni. Hayi isibham salabafana. Emos yo isibham salabafana. Ebafana yibambeni. Ebafana yibambeni. Amandla.
Amandla.
Ebafana
Amandla.
ibambeni. Ebafana ibambeni. Yo. Ah. Yo. Yo. Emo. Yo. Hayi. 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 Kuyinikhumbu. Oliver Tambo. Sindikhumbuza Mande yo isibham salam. Ebafana ibambeni. Ebafana ibambeni. Siyibambeni. Ebafazi ibambeni. Oh isibham. Ibambe qabana.
Ibambe.
Ibambe. Yo. Isibham salabafazi sindikhumbuza
Amandla.
wathinta abafazi wathinta abafazi uzawulimala straight dog.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. There are certain things that remind us of certain things about our lives. I was saying to Unsiki that the tone and the rhythm has been set up by remembering those that are departed, by remembering those that are still living, that are our legends. There are certain practices in our lives where you remember where you come from. Things have to be done differently. I'm not going to go much into detail because we've got what we have to prepare for this evening. But I will have failed the house if I don't share who Nontutuzelo Mtwana is. Ndingumzukulwana kaMbaga, kaBukwana, umshobo uPhaphule Ngonyama, Dinqula oJola, oMpondomise, oQengeba, oNozici, Thole lwenkwakha. Dinqule okay. Ndinqule owayemele into yoba ndiyambiza apha ekhoyo kodwa ndisanda ukuyazi into yoba ungumama kamama bendingamazi mna, ongumamqwathi owashiya umama wam elusana nomalume wam enyanga bengamasana. Kodwa ndikhuliswa ndinqula oqhudeni abathembu abazale uleta Mntakwende. mandinqule ndicamagushe kubo bonke. This afternoon, we are winding up a journey of the here and now, but we're opening up a journey towards a destination that we all know. I'm not going to go into depth at this point in time, but we want just to start off this session by asking Oma and the family that are going to be singing something for us. You know, it's very rare where you find a doyen of culture that is insisting that I'm going to hold it together and I want to live it in real life. I don't want my language and my culture dying. So now this is an opportunity for them to showcase what we are normally missing in terms of other tribes and other cultures. So can the family come forward? Oma? You don't have to. Hi, Ke. They are still waiting for for two brothers to come and join them. In the meantime, Oma gaan net 'n bietjie praat, net 'n boodskap. Want die ouma gaan nou vanaand praat. Nee. Net 'n boodskap, Oma. Yeah? Bafana yibambeni.
Bathi bacela ukuthi the selector fake inama musik. Inama musik. That guy, yeah. Okay.
Can you put akafuni uhlala. Yeah. Ludwe. Tapel.
It needs to be charged. Injalo le. Oh, right.
Sukake ya kuwa kuki. 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 Sukake aku suke sukake aku akuki sukake aku akuki sukake sukake aku akuki sukake aku akuki sukake aku akuki. Die Here het 'n plan beram. 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 Die Here het 'n plan. Die Here het 'n plan beram. Die Here het 'n plan beram. Die Here het 'n plan beram. Die Here het 'n plan. Die Here het 'n plan beram. Die Here het 'n plan beram. Hierdie kinders maak my net moeg. Nou, you know, ons hulle is so losie, hulle is vas. No, ek is 'n boesman. Amen. Dan moet jy hoenetjie. Na nebeke o hoenetjie. Hoenkia.
Be greeted, everyone.
Hoenkia.
Be greeted, Goinkia, everyone.
Hoenkia. Ayo. Goeienaand. My jong mense, my broers en susters, my leiers, almal. Ek sê net vir julle broers en susters, maar julle is my leiers. Julle weet waarvoor is die leiers, is my leiers. Mama Mandisa. Amen. Jy is gegroet in die mooi naam van die Here. Dankie dat julle my genooi het dat ek hier is. Ek moet nou nie vanaand baie praat hier, want die tyd is klaar. Nou, ek dink, ek sal maar net die storie praat nie. Okay, my leier. Nou, my dierbares, ek dink, as mens net, mama, moet ek so 'n bietjie van die storie praat. Waarvoor die ene praat ek met 2 stories. Ek het die hokmeisie in die skool. Die hokmeisie. O, my susters, die hokmeisie sal mas nou vat. hy sal ons nou vat. Langer vat. En ons wil net 2 woordjies gepraat het. Nou, op 'n môre is ek werk by daai boere, daar waar ek so, ek pas saam met my paskap op. Toe nou, as ek met vakansie kry, dan sê hulle, jy loop lê nie by die huisie. As jy by die huis loop lê, jy help pas vir ou Janie skap op. En as jy by die huis loop lê, dan moet jy die lammervelletjies afbring. En dat is nou pos. Nou slegpa die lammertjies vroeg môre. Dan met die velletjies vat, dan moet ek hulle wegvat. Hier groot plaas toe. Nou op 'n sekere môre staan ek op. En my kop is so seer, my kop is seer. Nou my ouers het 7 meisiekinders gehad. Sonder seuns. Nou die seentjie is nou net so groot. Ek dink hy was 4. Ek dink hy was 4 jaar. En ek roep huis vir hom. En ek sê vir hom, loop sê vir pa, ek sal nie kan vanmôre die velletjies afvat in my kop, pyn, bitter seer. En hy gaan na pa toe en hy sê, pa, Nana sê, hy sal nie vanmôre die velletjies afvat nie, van sy kop pyn baie seer. Dan is my pa ook so vrede daai môre, hy, wonderlik. Pa sê, loop sê vir hom, hy met die velletjies optrek, dat die velletjies nie vrot nie, dat hy kan môre wegbring. Kampting, hy weet nie, en ek weet nie, wat sal môre vir ons bring nie. Nou, loop lê ek, nou die kind nou klaar my gekom sê, toe loop lê ek, my kop pyn, ek sê nou even my klein sister, loop sê vir ma, my kop pyn, bitterlik, my kop pyn, ma, Nana sê sy kop pyn, Nana soek rooi lavendel, en ma gooi die rooi lavendel en ek drink. Klaar die rooi lavendel gedrink het, toe lê ek, en ek lê en ek raak sommer nie slap. En hier middag wat ek wakker word, toe is hulle, waar die tolk? As ek, nee, maar ek praat mos nou Afrikaans, nee. Praat my nou eens Afrikaans, ek sal vandaan nou praat. Die mense verstaan mos Afrikaans wat Engels praat.
Saying you understand Afrikaans, she's gonna speak, it's not English. You understand.
Nou, ek moet eintlik moe praat. Vandag het die mense Engels gepraat, hoe verstaan ek? So min goedjies, net so. So ek praat ook moe. Ek praat ook nog moe. Ja. Nou, daar slaap ek. Ek meen, daar gaan, toe ek wakker word hier middagtyd, toe sy anders hout toe. Toe kyk ek so aan, my ma is ook hier weg, hier in die houtveld in. Toe ek so kyk, toe sien ek, hier is niemand by die huisie. En ek drink water, en ek stap, ek kyk hulle se spore waar, en ek vat hulle se spoor. En toe ek so eentjie aankom, sien ek daar, okay, daar gaan ek na hulle toe. En ek loop voel om te sit, om bietjie soesoe. Toe voel ek, hier kom so iets af. Ek dink, en ek kyk, bloed. Ek huil sommer, en ek gaan, en ek kom by my sister, ek huil. Nou, my sister, wat dood is, my tweede oudste sister, hy was toch te vals. Wat is dat jy met? Voor wat skreeuw jy? Hy sê sommer die regte ding, toe die so op die ding druk, toe heilig, van toe kom sy dan op die regte ding. Hy sê, wat is dit? Maar hy sê optal, as ek het touke, dus mys nou so op die regte ding. Daar heilig, toe heilig, en ek stap hier weg, huis toe terug, ek maak nie meer hout nie. Ga net by die huis, en ek trek vir my skoon aan, en ek gaan sommer hier in die veld, en ek loop sit achter die dik bompie, en ek doen nie die heel werk. En sy het nie wat sy hout gebring nie, net so 'n paar hout, sy vir die anders, kom, ons gaan huis toe. Loop gooi die hout neer, en hy roep vir ma. Nou, as jy mos nou meisie geword het, dan kan jy nie met jou ma praat nie. Jy kan nie met jou ma praat, met jou pa nie, met jou broers amper nie. Maar, hy is so simpel, hy weet dit, want hy was mos al eerste misal, ook meisie. Ma, sê,
die storie wat ouma nou vertel het. En hulle verstaan mos nou nie die Engels, hulle verstaan ook mos die Engels, so hulle verstaan nou nie so lekker die Afrikaans mos nou nie.
So julle wat mos nou die gehoor het wat ek nou gesê het. So julle moet nou maar daar nou gooi. Gooi met die Engels. Gooi met die Engels.
Okay, so what Oma Katrina is busy relating is the story of how she became a young woman. So she's telling the story of how she worked in the field every morning. Her job as a young child was to look after and also to collect the skin from the lamb. The sheep, And then she has to take that. And then one morning she felt very, very sick. Like her head was very, very sore. And she's then called a boy. They only had girls, so there were 7 of them, 7 girls. So that morning she called the boy and said, can you tell my father that I am unable to go out to take the sheepskin? And then she was still like feeling very bad, and then she just saw the blood coming. And now I think Oma's going to tell the story further in terms of what happened after the blood and the story of the Hokmeisi. So Oma gaan ons nou praat nou verder nou van toe die bloed moes nou kom.
Ja, toe die bloed moes nou kom. Dis mos daai tyd wat ek nou skrik en huil. En toe vra my suster nou vir my. Toe gaan ek na hulle toe maar ek huil. En toe sê sy vra sy vir my, "Wat is dit? Wat is dit? Jy lyk my jy het meisie geraak."
Okay.
Toe huil ek en ek gaan terug huis toe.
So she said after seeing the blood she was crying, and then the sister said, it seems like if you become a young woman now, and she didn't understand and she was just crying and crying and crying.
Toe gaan ek
went home.
Gaan ek huis toe en ek loop trek vir my skoon droog aan en ek skoon aan en ek steek daai goed eers weg en ek loop weer so in die veld, sit agter die veld. Toe kom my suster kom roep my ma. My ma is ook in die veld. En hy sê sy maar daar vanaf. Jy met dis meisie. Toe sê my ma vir hom, "Nou loop, wat moet ek maak? Loop vat hom, kom ding en maak hom toe en loop, jy weet waarom jy hom loop maak." Sit.
Okay, she said, and then her mother came. They called her mother, so they told the mother that they think that she's become a young woman. And she was just crying, then she went home and she cleaned herself, and then her mother came, and the mother was shouting to people that she's become a young woman and they must take her. They know where to take her.
En toe kom my suster met die kombers. Ek sit daar nog daar, agter die boom. My suster sê, kom, loop vir jou toe maak. Ek vir jou kan huis toe vat. Ek is so kwaad, ek wil nie gaan nie, want ek wil nou ook in die hok wees nie. Ek en my ander suster, my suster agter my staan. Ons het klaar gesê, ons gaan nie hok toe nie. Nou, ek wil nie hok toe gaan nie.
Okay.
Dat sal my suster kom my stry.
So Oma was supposed to go to a hawk. What is he hawk in Engels? Like a reed house, right?
Yeah.
Not a shack, a reed house.
Sê maar,
Ngoo. So that is the process. That is the process that you go through. So part of the process of becoming a young woman, you go through the ngoo passage. And part of that is going into a reed house. And Oma and the sister, they said they don't want to go into this reed house. My sister was supposed to come and cover with the blanket, but she didn't want to go into this reed house.
Ja, en ek is toe nou mos nou saam, ek is mos nou in die, vat die vir my, sit my, ons het reeds so 'n klein huisie gehad, laas aan. Toe sê ek, sit die vir my in die huisiekie, en nou sit ek nou daar. Toe is Alma nou by die huis, en nou sit ek nou daar. En daar het ek nog gebly vir 'n maand.
De grashuis of
grashuisie. 'n grashuis.
A grass house.
Grass house. So Oma was taken to a grass house, and where she stayed for a month.
Na die maand, toe word ek mos nou uitgedans daar. Word ek nou uitgehaal. Maar het word nog gedans, word nog maar solank ek daar sit, word ek nou geleer daar. Ek word nog geleer, hoe moet ek wees? Hoe moet ek wees met die groot mense? Hoe moet ek wees met die mense? Hoe moet ek wees met die land? Sê maar die land, want ek moet die voorbeeld eet vir die land en ek moet gehoorsaam wees en ek moet die kultuur so goed te doen, die natuur ken en ek moet die kultuur so goed doen en al die goed, wat ek nou daar geleer van die ouma. Ek was alleen nog in die hoek, my niggie het partytjies maar net bietjie mee kom sit, maar my ouma, ek meen my auntie, my ouma, my ander ouma, hy het meester nou in die huis gekom, hy kom leer my.
So while she was there for the month, she was her grandmother and also both grandmothers, so the elder women in the family would come to her and take her through the teachings of how to be a young woman, about the nature, about the culture, and all the things. So it was like a spiritual and a ceremonial process of becoming a young woman that she had to go through.
Ja, en toe ek nou mis nou op die sekere tyd wat nog gekom het, wat ek maar nou uitgedaans word toe, mis nou geslag en alles gedoen en alles.
So when a month was finished, there was a whole ceremony in at home where they were dancing and they were slaughtering and all of that, and then she was brought out into the ceremony.
Die namiddag hierdie tyd word het gedans. Toe word het nou gedans. En as ek daar as ek daar uitkom, nou dus nou boegoe, gooi jy boegoe in die vuur, gooi jy die mense, met die mansmense, met die boegoe, gooi jy boegoe in hulle se kos, en hulle se koffie, en dan oboegele, hier by hulle se mag, oboegele, dat hulle die kos kan eet, oboegele met die bloed.
Wat is daai op?
Nee, net smeer, net so smeer voor die mag, smeer voor die mag, vir die mans, mense en die mankinders.
Yeah, so there was so buchu was part of the ceremony. So they've made buchu. So when she came out, buchu was thrown in the fire. Men were thrown with the buchu water, and also buchu was rubbed here on the tummies of the blood.
The blood of the sheep was we call it strip. They would stripe you on the stomach of the men.
Waar is die suster wat gesê het, die musiek staan hier so, dat ons kan dans. Ja, ook me nog gewys het hoe ons gaan dans. Waar is hy nou? Hier is hy weg. Nee, Marie. Nee, maar.
Sy goed explain van die bloed. Sy goed explain van die bloed.
Ja, die bloed.
Nee, ouma, nie sy
Ek weet met nou van die bloed.
She's talking about the blood, but I normally know the woman gets striped on the stomach. Is it die vrouens of die manne wat op
die manne word gesmeer, maar nee, ek was te vinnig met die bloed. Die manne word gesmeer met, dat jy gooi boegoe in die sop. En die manne die vlees moet eet. Gooi boegoe in die sop, dan smeer jy die manne met die boegoe. Zodat hulle nie kan opblaas en ook pyn mag kry nie, en siek word nie. En daar is sekere goed wat te groot word, wat nie moet so groot word nie, hulle moet reg wees, en so.
Wike says normally they take the buhu and then they put it in the soup, and a sort of a soup, meat soup, and then they'll give it to the men, and the men will be striped with the buhu on their stomach.
I think Oma's looking for the music because somebody said there's going to be music for her to dance.
No, my pa, het was bitterlik oor wokdans. Was bitterlik oor wok. Daarom het hy gesê, toe die Here hom so geseën met 8 meisiekinders, maar van die 8 was daar net 6 in die wok. Die ander twee toe ook in die hok gekom nie.
So Oma is saying that her father was very much about tradition and about the hawk, the process that she had to go through becoming a young woman. So they were 8 girls and only 6 of them went through this process. And I think what Oma's going to do is a dance when she comes from out of the hawk, Casey.
Ja, toe ek nou toe die boere nou ook daar, die boere wat ek so verwerk. Hulle nou ook daar nou hier so 6 uur se kant. Dus hulle nou daar nou kom kyk hulle nou hoe lyk ons en hoe lyk as ek uit die hok uitkom en al die goeders. Toe moet ek nou eens uitgehaal word dat hulle klaar sien, toe word ek weer ingesit.
So Oma say the farmers at that time were also there, so they wanted to see how she looks when she's taken out of the hawk, out of the reed house, and then how she's being put back into the reed house.
En sy, nou, as hulle mas nou aan, as hulle mas nou weg, en ek moet nou, dus ek nou weer terug ingesit en toe ry hulle. Nou die mense wat nou daar is, wat nou daar is, hulle kom kyk, mas nou die hokdans, want dat is noem om hokdans. Nou my pa, dan hoor jy sê, as hy so dans, hoor jy sê, dit is my ma goed.
So this is the type of dance that they would do when she comes out of the reed house by her father, ne?
My ma was so vet. Dat vat my ma.
Baie dankie, Oma en die familie. Oma Katrina insisted that she wants to show you the dance. So we really could not stop her. Her wish was to. Okay. Thank you very much. A round of applause again. We are now inviting Ms. Aletta Miller, UN Women Representative in South Africa, from the multi-country office. Okay, let's welcome her.
Wow, that's a hard act to follow. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alita, and I'm the new incoming representative for UN Women here in South Africa. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it has been such an incredible honor to sit here these last couple of days. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be in this room and to hear from you and to listen and to learn as the new girl here. So thank you for this. And it's an honor to be invited to share some very brief closing remarks on behalf of UN Women. We are so proud to have supported this conference this week. So let me take us from here in this room in Cape Town University, maybe if we take a little bit of a macro view for a moment, I could offer some perspective. You know, recently, about 10 days ago, a new UN report came out globally, and they said that it could take almost 300 years to achieve gender equality at the current rate. 300 years. I don't know about you, but for me, I often feel like it's going to take a lot longer than 300 years to achieve gender equality at the current rate. If you think about what we're up against, the world is in trouble. You think about climate change, inequality, violent extremism. We're in trouble. Now, I work for the UN, and I've worked on women's rights and human rights in more than 40 countries. And I'm new here, so I'm learning from you. But I wanted to share some of the things that I have learnt where I've come from. If there's one thing I know for sure, it's the power of women. We're half of humanity. When we come together, we can change anything. We can achieve anything. And I moved here to South Africa from Afghanistan. I was the head of UN Women in Afghanistan for the last 4 years. And during the time that I was in Afghanistan, working with the women's movement, you may know the Taliban took over Afghanistan. And I bring greetings to you from the Afghan women's movement. Salam from the Afghan women's movement, from the women of Afghanistan, strong sisters just like you. And before I was in Afghanistan, I was the head of UN Women in the Pacific for 14 Pacific Island countries based in Fiji. And sitting here today and yesterday and listening and learning from you reminded me of sitting on a mat on the floor in the Pacific at the Pacific Feminist Forum that we co-hosted with the Pacific Feminists that they hold every year now. And we used to have this expression in the Pacific when we had business to do with each other, when we disagreed about things. Women in the Pacific would say, let's take it to the mat. And we would sit on these woven mats on the floor and women would speak to each other. And I was always there as a guest. You know, I'm an international person, but I also play my role as the UN. And I believe very strongly when the women's movement, the feminist movement, are fully embracing their role, when the UN, as UN Women, when we play the role that you expect of us, and when the government lead, as governments should, that is when good things can happen for humanity. And I think that's the goal that we have. So sitting here and listening and learning from you, I see such strength. I see how strong you are. I see how organized you are. I see how deep and how rich your discussions and your history is. I see your power. And I'm humbled to hear and to learn and to understand of the outcomes of women marching on the union buildings, of the power of women in the total shutdown. Your strength is in using your diversity and in actually coming together and leveraging that, not having that divide you, but having that unify you. And the other strength I see in this room is that this room is intergenerational. And with that, the future is bright. A lot of the conversation here that I have witnessed, the stories I have heard, this is the power for the future, for young women and young men to understand your stories, your struggles, your strength, and your victory, and how you got there, and the sisters before you. And one observation I had is, as older people, myself included, we have to find a way to leave our messages in a way that the next generation can pick them up and can amplify them. I understand, because I've been told, that podcasts and this type of more digitalized opportunities can be a fantastic way to really build your legacy and put them into the hands of other people. Podcasts, TED Talks, I think there's all sorts of digital options, YouTube, this type of thing, beyond books. I think we have seen some incredible authors on this stage, unbelievable books written. How do we get that into the hands of the next generation? I think that's a challenge for all of us. I want to share one or two things before I thank you for the opportunity. And what I see, having witnessed some of your movement, is I see the opportunity to focus. I see the opportunity to focus. There's so much in your hands, so much on your hearts, so much pain, so much her story, so much you've all been through and you've all come from, and so much that is facing the generation of young South Africans that they really need you. They need you. We need to come together. And I think as an outsider who's so grateful to be invited into your space, my observation is we must focus. We must be strategic. And yesterday we heard many experts, including some of my dear colleagues from my own office, speak to us about the crisis of HIV, the rates of HIV among young women in South Africa and Southern Africa. This is the new epidemic. We also had very esteemed colleagues talk to us yesterday about the epidemic of violence against women and girls. And I would say the epidemic of violence. And today we heard more and more of your stories. To me, I come from a background as a behavioural scientist. I'm a psychologist and I've worked in public health for a lot of my career. When I came to Southern Africa, because I'm also responsible for 4 other countries in addition to South Africa, I saw a crisis in HIV and violence against women and girls. But you know what I also saw? I saw an opportunity, because I have to say I genuinely believe that technically we know what to do. We know how to address violence against women and girls. We also know how to address what's happening to young women in terms of transmission of HIV. This is about social norms, something that we can change. We know how to work in this area. You do, I do. What we have to do is we've got to focus. And I bring this opportunity just as one idea of what I say we, when we play our roles as the women's movement, as the UN, as the government, as these 3 strings woven together, that's when we can achieve seismic change. And that's what's needed now. That would be my observation. So you have my commitment. As the new head of UN Women, I take my role very seriously. You have my commitment that we are here with you to be whoever and whatever you need us to be. Now, I've worked for UN Women. I've also worked for 2 other UN agencies earlier in my career. And I think I have a good perspective on who we are and what we're good at. We are small. We can be weak. We in the UN system, we can be put at the bottom, okay? Sometimes we're quite similar to the way that people treat the women's movement. We don't have a huge amount of money compared to other parts of the UN. I'm not saying this to apologize. I'm saying this because we've got something in common. But you define us. You define us. You tell us what you need from us. And it's upon me that we find a way to bring that to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. In closing, I want to say, globally, what I've seen in my work across the world and what you see every day in your beautiful movement, what I've seen is that poverty has a woman's face. I see that here, and I see that in Afghanistan, I see it in the Pacific, and I see it in all those other countries. What I see in my work is that oppression has a woman's face. I see inequality has the face of a woman. And in our shared struggle with the shrinking space that we have globally in the feminist movement, with the intergenerational divide that I don't see in this room, but that we see sometimes outside these walls, with the very real climate impacts, the economic crisis, rising conservatism, we must use our power. We must come together strategically. You have no problem in standing together. I see that. I see that. That's your power. What I encourage us to do is to use our strategy, as you as a women's movement have done before, and to come together around these very real issues now and focus, use our roles and achieve the seismic change that South Africa needs from you and needs from me. It's been such an honor to be here with you today. Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to a letter from the UN Women. Yesterday, when Ucheki from the UN Women Office shared a gory picture of when 2031 comes, there will not be any commitment, there will not be any resource to deal with HIV, AIDS, and other related diseases. Everybody is setting, we're all setting the sights to 2030, when the SDGs are supposed to be reported on. But now it doesn't come with a commitment to eliminate, to reduce, to end HIV and AIDS. The sad part and the scary part is that it is on the increase. Based on the stories that we have heard right through from Wednesday up to today, where there's prevalent rape of all forms, followed by sexual assault from children 2 weeks old to the oldest mother, within communities. It is a threat to the safety, and that leads to sexually transmitted diseases that include HIV and AIDS. Linked to all of these challenges is the issue around poverty that manifests itself in different forms. Others will say lack of jobs, lack of income, and all that. But lack of subsistence also contributes a lot. How do you use the ARVs if on an empty stomach? So it further increases, the risks that we're talking about. We are also faced with chronic diseases. When yesterday we're talking about GMOs, genetically modified foods, starting from seeds that we have to be using, our immune systems, if existent, they are very low. If there are still any chances of saying that I've got a good immune system. You can come with vitamins and all that on an empty stomach. How do you boost yourself if you are killed by the actual food that you are eating? There are other contributors to this particular catastrophe. It is a catastrophe because much as it's not going to kill you tomorrow once diagnosed, but it is a silent killer based on other influencing factors and other contributors. We also have biggest challenge, as UN Women is actually saying. When we are talking about facilitators for development towards sustenance, you can't not talk about global warming as well as climate change. How are you going to maintain production of food? How are you going to ensure food security if the climate, the weather is changing, not giving you assurance that you can produce within a certain specific time? When Aletta was mentioning the women's movement, the Afghanis having the women's movement, having a feminist movement. Yesterday, that was what has come out, that Ilitha Labantu, through Isisele Senyathi, needs to ensure that this women's movement has to be there. It is going to be reflecting unity, close relationships, irrespective of class, color, age, and everything. But it is going to be unifying women that have got a specific, purpose. One, from dealing with the challenges that are going to be facing us post-2030. This women's movement need to start looking at bringing the agenda on women development. Women have to assess progress. We have been warned that it might not be a glory post-2030. We need to start assessing where we are. We need to evaluate what is happening out there. We need to monitor progress on what is supposed to be addressing the current challenges. That alone is a mammoth task. You can't assess something that you do not know. We need to start looking at, as a movement, looking at how do we respond to the challenges? How do we react to what we are seeing as a threat to the lives, livelihoods, safety and security of women in our country, in our continent? We need to start then assessing where we are at in looking forward. There is something very hurtful. You become so sad when you hear the elements within society where rape seems to be a normal thing. It's as if it's a norm to rape women, to rape girls, and all that. We have heard that we are wounded as women from being young, being a victim, surviving a rape and sexual assault. People that were political prisoners and other normal prisoners as victims are subjected to rape. People that have been in exile have also shared that we have been raped then. We live with the internal and spiritual scars where our dignity has been stripped, being raped. We are injured in the sense that other people see that how can I damage them physically, emotionally, and otherwise. We then need to start looking at, we are no longer going to be hiding these things under the carpet because it brings disgrace. But now we need to start looking at, how do I treat myself? How do I heal myself from myself to the next person who might be a potential victim to this rape and sexual assault, who might be tempted to hide what is injuring the person emotionally. We need to talk treatment and healing. There is a lot of guilt. There is a lot of hate and anger. Now, as a movement in dealing with selves and others, we need to start looking at how do we transform anger and hatred towards love and embracing each other in order for us to fight the common enemy that is affecting us as women. The only way, as Ilita Labantu, in partnership with CPUT, that we can do this is to go back, tell stories. No one should tell my story, but I need to tell my story the way I want to feel comfortably on. This hub, Isisele Senyathi, will be open to each and every woman in the continent on a voluntary basis. Drop a note and say, I want to talk. I want to share something. The doors are open. They will be open via Ilita Labantu whilst we're setting up systems using digital platforms in order to ensure this reporting. We also need to say, I know that there was a Mamu Holo in Nyanga. She might no longer be here, but somebody knows about that. Give the name of a person who at least has an inkling of what was happening so that that can be followed up. So all the women that have stories to tell. It is not about only political struggles and all that. We said the SDGs are a struggle, achievement are a struggle of their own. Poverty is a struggle and all that. Let us give them an opportunity of talking about their emotions, feelings, experiences, and all that. We will need what is in the archives, but this time our using archives. It's doing desktop research or desktop data collection with the aim of actually comparing the information that is in the books, in the libraries, archives, to what the ordinary women is telling us so that we can vouch for near accuracy. That is the purpose of the hub. Identify the gaps, identify, what is missing. And then, because the process is going to be done differently, no longer filling in questionnaires, but bring in the humanity to the engagement. Ask me questions. Observe how I react when you ask me about when I was abused. If you fill in a questionnaire, it's not talking to me. It's not talking about me. Now, the difference is that watch the emotions, because those emotional, responses will give us an opportunity of saying, educators, students, learners, NGOs, and all that, let us use these outcomes in order to teach those that are going to be assisting and embracing women, in order for us to say, we need to deal with the human. We want to thank then Professor Ngondi for her commitment, and ulantika Tozama April, she has made a commitment. Professor Trinkish has made a commitment. We have got Professor Sesanti here. Professor Sesanti, he specializes on Africanism. Unfortunately, we couldn't have him presenting on the work that he has done. Those are people that have to be guiding us in using a language that will be easily translated into records that can be shared out there. So thank you very much. To the participants, to the speakers, and everybody, the words of thanks will be said later tonight, but for your participation, contributions, we wouldn't be here without you. We wouldn't be thinking deeper and deeper about how to move forward were it not for your contributions. Okay. A little bit. Okay. The United Nations, the UN Women Office, if we cannot mention by name the UN Women Office, we might easily say thank you. The UN Women has come in at a time when it has been most needed. We will be communicating that as an organization, but we want to say publicly, if it was not for you, we wouldn't be here. You have shown your commitment towards uplifting those that are looked down upon. Can you imagine I promising you heaven and manna, and then you are looking forward to eating and all that being full, and then a day before the delivery of the meal, you say, sorry, there is no manna or heaven. You have brought us the manna in heaven for the benefit of the women and men that are in here, wanting to share their stories, wanting to promote, exposing the untruths, discrepancies, wanting to support uMandisa and Ilita Labantu as a team because they thought this true. But you said you are not going to be robbed of an opportunity of making this a reality. We thank you very much. Words cannot describe that. I will not be saying thank you to CPUT because they are partners. They are also partners, but for the young people in here, messaging is going to be critical. There is a lot that we are experiencing in the campus, as you know that we know. Now, start now by creating a space where other people are going to be talking about their experiences, record them so that they can be dealt with. Be the light within the organization or the institution by creating a space of reporting whatever is happening. Even if you say we sleep without food, that is something that is affecting you emotionally and spiritually. Let people have an opportunity of telling their stories as to why I become angry when hungry so that any interventions can be based on what the people are saying. From our side, we are going to be saying a big thank you to all of you. Ella and your team, Mandisa and the board of Ilitha Labantu, thank you for having pushed, saying that come rain, come whatever storm, this is going to be launched. Now, this is a recognition and identification of the work that you have done, you have collected. Now, the collection of 33 years finally is going to be visible internationally. The world will know the great work that you have done. Thank you very much. Now, we would request 2 people, and just to make closing, just a message. Yeah, just a second. Okay. 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 Okay, fine. Okay. We are now going to hand over a token of appreciation to 2 people. Yeah, okay. Like now. Okay. Okay, fine.
This is just a token of appreciation, and thank you, Mamba Tabil. I'm sure you saw Ulude was on a fundraising run. We have merchandise at the office. Remember, when you approach funders, they tell you about sustainability. Sustainability, how are you going to, all of that. So, so we opted to be creative as well. Be it branded t-shirts, be it branded caps. So on our website, there is a online shopping. We got a book, a children's book, which is on Amazon, and it's also going to be on Take-A-Lot, but Ludo is trying to sell around. So as a token of appreciation to some of our speakers, those who are based in South Africa, please bear with me. We only have limited, but you will get yours. Your Precious just looked at me with piercing eyes. Umama uSthembiso Nyoni, come sisi. I'm not expecting Umama to come in and stand in front of me. Umama uSthembiso Nyoni, Oma Katrina, Usara Kulupe. I'm sure you were supporting Sarah. She's outside. Umolin. Molin is that side? Hi, Molin, you're young. You can yes, come. Jackie, you can also come. Noko. Mvuselelo. Sarah. Abayeke bayas. Aba bancinci bayas. Martha, at least you're energetic. Aleta, I saw you're also energetic. You're part of my age group. Nobody took pictures for me. That is so unfair. Nobody took pictures. Are you taking pictures? Because I want those pictures. You can come and actually just take one picture. Yeah. Sarai, where are you? Okay. Gogo, I'm not expecting you to stand. I'm not expecting Mama to stand either. But again, we want to say thank you very much for also, Prof. Prof, you became the highlight. Can you join us, please? Kuthiwa yeza, kuthiwa one man. Kuthiwa to show that discriminate, asicaluli. Niki cup yakhe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kuthiwa sibamba izandla zozibini ngesintu. Thank you for heeding our call when we sent out the invitations. Thank you for agreeing to be part of the presentation panels. We do appreciate it. And I know this call is not the last one. Again, we have so much to do after this. And absolutely. And I like the fact that Zimbabwe is already committed. Remember, there was an element of saying, let's take this to each and every community. Let's localize it, which is a beautiful concept because I always say each community has umama, Nkosi yami. Namibia. Can you come join us? Please, please, please. The ancestors would literally beat me where I'm standing. My apologies. Mpho. I was following the ticks, ne? Mpho, please come down. My apologies. My apologies. Yes. So these are but a number of the people that I know will be working with. Some of you are sitting in the chairs. I know that will be working with you within your communities. Lynn, I acknowledge you as well. And I absolutely love what you said about some of the institutions that we call our so-called hubs or historians. Thank you so much for that input. Minister was the one who actually donated this. Mamba Tabile, Minister can also come. I'm so scared of this picture now. Even Mam Mkabele is getting in. But thank you so much.
Hi, sorry, I just want, listen, can I? No. Umvusei, we are sending a message here to mothers who don't bring their daughters. I'm saying, Vusei, stand next to your mother. No. This is a message here that we must bring our daughters wherever we go. In order for them to learn. Because Manibashiemva, you leave them behind, and then what's going to happen? So, thank you. Thank you very much. On that note, indikumbele apa in Northern Cape ifuna ukwenza poem izayenza kuGaladini. Andifuna ukuqhutyelwa ngamaxhekwazi loo nto wava.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Siyavala. Okay, to the local speakers, we are going to be delivering your own tokens. It's just that the numbers that we had here were very few, but you'll be getting yours. We will never ever forsake you because you have been with us. Now, we are going to go back to the hotel, the Cape Sun Hotel in Strand Street, for those that are not familiar with it, where we are going to be having our gala dinner tonight. Ndicela ingxolo bethuna. You know, some of the things that we have to teach ourselves as women. We always say there's the pull head down syndrome, as if it is when you are applying for funding also. Even not respecting a person on the floor. It's to downplay, lowering a person's dignity and self-esteem. From now, let us vouch to start showing our respect for each other, irrespective whether you know a person or do not know the person. Respect the person. So we'll be meeting each other tonight at the gala dinner. Those that can dress up to their nines will be having an opportunity if we leave nicely and fast, you know, from the venue. But because we started in a certain fashion, now Ilitha Labantu is a spiritual, not a religious organization, but a spiritual organization. We are adopting another approach now. Prof. Sesanti.